We all can. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, well, you guys are probably prettier criers.
Hold on, I gotta fix this.
Look, small horde.
That didn't work. Why are all the cameras up? Oh, right. I know why. Because Ty's not here today. That makes sense. I gotta fix all these cameras. They're all over the fucking place. Hi, welcome to Ark. Sorry for
He's
the late start.
birch-bound for another realm.
Jesus. Welcome to Artifact Recovery Corporation. This is, sad to say, our last adventure together. We are going to be... Oh god, that's not what I wanted to do. There it is. We're going to be role-playing this out and seeing how it goes. Some of you may or may not know I start work next week. And so, life changes mean that life changes. And some of the games are going to continue, and some of them are not going to be able to. We already said goodbye to Company of Fools. And yeah. I will let you know that we will be continuing to play Dance Macabre on a semi-regular basis. We will also be continuing with A Dark and Hungry God every other week. And Help Wanted will continue to be played as of right now every week. We'll see how that goes. Alex is going to be taking over as the DM for that game after post me returning to work. Pat says there's no prettier crier than you, Tig. He's in chat.
No.
DM cat. The cat was in my DM spot. Which one is that? Who do we have here? Oh, goodness. So many kitties. When we hit 1,000 followers, we're gonna... Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
You were muted that whole time.
The Solaris and Lunaris. And this is Oliver.
Hello, Oliver. You're quite in the face.
He wants my food. I have pork chops.
Oh, man. Let's see. When we hit 1,000 followers, Chris is going to give away a legendary bundle to somebody out there in our follower group. So that's exciting. We're at about 12 gifted subs towards the next dice giveaway, care of our sponsors, farboco.com. We've given away 3 other sets of dice this month, so that's pretty awesome. The Angelica contest is up in the announcements, so go ahead and vote for your favorite. Although I will tell you that Tau Kapow has asked that if he is to win a prize, that he be withdrawn from the contest, and the prizes go to the next 2 runners-up, so that because he has already been gifted a number of things by our community, and he would like to pass on the blessings to others, which is pretty awesome. There's one piece of artwork that already has a pretty commanding lead, so I think we will know. I think it will be pretty obvious which is the Angelica art going forward. But David, are you going to be doing another Nights After Dark to round out the things?
Yeah, I figure probably this weekend. Try to do another episode of Nights After Dark, just round out everything. It may have to be delayed a little bit because I do have a project that I am working on that has a deadline of the 27th, so I may be a bit time crunched to get that finished up first. But yeah, I will do an episode of Nights After Dark to wrap everything that's happened since episode 7.5, for which I am still very, very sorry.
Oh, good lord. I don't blame you for that. That being said, like I said, this will be our last adventure for Ark. And hopefully it'll be a good, solid ending to the adventures on screen of the franchise. But we may see them again in other places, in other ways, or we may even be back to continue at some later date. As of right now, you've been on the road for 4 weeks or so, making a few pit stops along the way. It is a fall day on the outskirts of the northern mountains, and you are approaching the home of Sylvia Nickel Key Cutter. You can see the gates of her manor up ahead. The large ends emblazoned upon the automatic gateways that open as you bring what you can, or what you feel like, back from Nickel Key Cutter Cabin. The long drive that leads past the well-manicured yard and up to the manor house is picturesque. Some of you are thinking back over the weeks that you have traveled since the events at Oakhold. Thinking back to the adventures that you've had since you left Deer Bluff those many, many weeks ago. Meeting Grask and Leo on the road. Saying goodbye to Ace, or not. Rescuing Thraben from a 5-armed troll. Encountering Rack in Drakengard Keep. Wrestling Keghart and the bear. Celebrating Aramil's birthday. And arriving at a cabin only to realize that it was a workshop for all the boys and girls in all of Oregon and beyond. You pull in now up front of the place where you interviewed one of your clients for the first time. And there's a bit of silence as you approach the door. Sylvia's butler opens the door to the manor after the knocking Ah, hello. You have returned.
Yeah. We got stuff.
Very good. Please come in, and I will fetch the lady for you. He leads you back into the parlor that you had been in some time ago. It is filled with knickknacks of travel, adventure, and artificery on various shelves and tables. And that untouched furniture that creaks with plastic coverings as you sit down. What are each of you thinking about as you spend the next half hour waiting for Sylvia, who could only be walking down the stairs if it takes that brief of a time for her to get to the room?
So, Bernard happened.
That's one way to put it. Do we do woo 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 woo?
You think back to your return to the key cutter place down in the bowels below. You had gathered the items into to a safe space with the apparatus of Kowalsh or Kowalish, and the other magical items and gold from the vault, getting ready to bring them back to Deer Bluff. And in the meantime, Leo, you went down below to speak to the skull and prepare what you had hoped would be an opportunity to redeem something that was made to be evil. You open the door to his closet, and Bernard floats. Hello.
Hello, it's good to see you again.
Who are you? Oh, you're the priest.
Yes, good to see that you do remember. Sorry that we were a little bit longer than we anticipated. It turns out that time in the Feywild is tricky.
Oh, you went to the Feywild. What a mistake.
Do you know much about it? You said that you were alive in what we would know as the time of wilderness, so you would have met some of the first elves that ever crossed from the Feywild here to Oregon. Or perhaps even been one of them.
Yes, well, I didn't like them. They were know-it-alls, standoffish. They reclusive, even. Bunch of prats.
Huh.
Nothing like me.
So it seems that wasn't entirely Imperial propaganda, if even somebody of your age is saying it. Still. I'm afraid that Sir Bowie has had a rather pressing engagement in the Feywild. So I will have to be the one to conduct the Atonement Ceremony, if you still wish for us to attempt it.
I see. Leopold, was it?
Yes, that's right.
Leopold. I'm willing to try. I think it'll fail. And I just was wondering. It might be easier if I had a bit more oomph after napping for the last few weeks. Perhaps you can provide me with a voluntary soul.
See, this is perhaps why the ritual is necessary. That if it succeeds, you might understand why I cannot agree to that.
I know. I was just hoping for one last, before... I'm willing to try.
Oh, as am I. And look at it this way, if you are so confident that it will absolutely fail, then... For the spell to take effect, I will need to make physical contact with you. So I am well aware that I will be putting myself in some degree of danger by choosing to do so.
You'll be putting everyone in some degree of danger if you're planning to do so. I can't lie about that. I maintain a lot of my self-control because I am stuck in these pipes, but you'll have to open up the jar.
I am aware of the risk that I will be taking, and I have acquired some of the material components necessary to offer some degree of protection.
What about your friends? Are they helping?
I have discussed with them. It will remain to be seen if they will agree to assist with the ceremony.
Do they know you have to take me out of the jar?
I assume Pippin is probably well aware. The others, I haven't given the specifics yet, so likely not.
I think it's only right that you tell them before attempting this. If, of course, I'm trying to do the right thing here, I should let you know that.
You are right in that, of course. The other precaution, Longpaws is still in possession of your phylactery. I do not wish to destroy you if we can avoid it, but if it becomes a matter of danger to us, I know that she will do the right thing.
Oh. God damn it, Pat.
What did I miss?
Check Arc General.
He's trying to make tears happen.
He really is. He's really pushing it.
Just from a logistical question, is there any of the rooms where Bernard has like one of the jars he can appear in that is in sort of like the center of the room rather than off to the corner at all?
Or at least one where it's not super crowded.
I think in the laboratory where you fixed Century, if you move the table out of the way, you can swing the pipe out like an arm. And he could be in the center of the laboratory.
Okay, then Leopold would like go and get that room like cleared out and set up, like move enough room to lay down and to ask Pippin's assistance in using some chalk to start drawing out the sort of Enneagram-shaped symbol with the 9 points on the stone floor of the room.
I will say Aramil strolls into the room, not as himself, but inside the apparatus of Kowalsh as he calls out from inside, sounding like he's at the bottom of the well. Guys, there's so many levers in here. Holy crap! Oh, Grask, what does this one do? Shukunk! And it will be the claw lever. So there's this robotic claw reaches out and tries to snap at Grask. Whoosh!
It makes a clunking noise. It is the
Oh.
only notable difference.
And how are you
Do
supposed
it
to...
again.
Okay. Shukunk! There's actually, like, stuff for that. Hang on, I can pull up the item on my D&D Beyond.
They don't pay
what
us a
exactly is
sponsorship,
this?
so
Say what?
I was joking around. I was saying they don't pay us a sponsorship, so don't plug them so much.
Pancakes.
How many do you want? They're like corn dogs.
They should
so-
sponsor us. I want corn dogs.
Okay, I think we only have 7 eggs.
You only have 78 corn dogs.
Sorry, Mom was asking about what we need to do for dinner.
Sorry.
I'm up for corn dogs.
Yeah, we're all up for corn. Let mom know we're all ready for corn dogs.
Yeah.
Mom?
Oh god.
Sadly, they'll be cold by the time we get there.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry. Oh, and 11 misses Grask for sure as the crab claw reaches out. Shunk.
Whoa!
Man, how are
It
you
is
supposed to
pretty
see
cool.
out of this thing? I feel like I'm just in a... Oh, there it is. As Airmill finally finds the viewport, like, sliding lens, and there's just these two eyes poking out. Like, it's like a peephole in like a metal door. Whoa! This is weirdly weird. But I think I found the one that makes it move forward. Shukum. Shukum. Cling. Ow! Okay, that's a wall. And Aramil's just gonna continue fooling with all the levers in the apparatus because he's embracing his inner 7-year-old.
Let me try. Move aside. I'm giving it.
Hey, you two, take it outside. We're not supposed to destroy the mansion.
Okay, Mom. I mean, long pause.
Pippin has walked into the room that you're drawing the circle in, Leo, and he has asked a pertinent question.
What exactly do these symbols mean, Leo?
It's one I learned as a member of the Order. I'm having to recontextualize it a little bit to accommodate for having met Salasan, and now I cannot deny her divinity. The traditional symbol incorporates 8 points for each of the 8 gods of the Pantheon. We are going to be calling upon their power to ask them to help bring Bernard back to the better person that he was before he became a lich. I should probably try to produce a symbol for each of the gods. I have the stone shape spell prepared. And Zillibot's just going to walk over to some of the rubble that's still lying from the many sort of walls that the crucifix smashed down, and use a casting of it to create a tablet that's like a 3x3 grid with each of the 9 squares on it marked with a sort of engraved symbol of each of the sort of holy symbols of the gods. And then recruit a couple of the rock gnomes to help chisel it out into individual slabs. We would need one person standing at each cardinal point on the diagram, holding one of these to represent each of the gods. I should probably take the place of Thormodon. It strikes me that Vidian, maybe. Somebody that you could represent as an arcane practitioner.
Well, I don't really know much about her, but she was very pertinent at the Academy of Scholars. And I actually have my notebook has an engraving of her symbol on the back of it. Could I use that instead?
I think that would actually help in that matter. If you have a personal relationship to the god, I think it makes them more inclined to lend their assistance. I was planning, and Abel's going to fumble around in his pack, pull out the portable ram that Bowie gave him, and just like move around the chalk circle that he's drawn and put it like standing upright in the relevant position and put this twin stab with the symbol of Selasana on it. He isn't here, but he's with us in spirit. I think Aramil would probably be able to represent Nadara for us. I'm not too sure about the others. Grask certainly has the...
Where is Selasana going to go? If it's an 8-point star, Selasana makes 9.
As I said, I had to recontextualize it a little bit. Fractals, symbols, you can create iterations infinitely larger and more complex. I never really mastered anything above 9, so I suppose we're fortunate in that regard.
Oh, all right.
Grask strikes me as the sort that Morrigan would likely approve of. He has certainly had a great many victories, a great many interesting battles, I suppose you could call them, throughout his career. And Longpaws, I'm not sure if she has any particular faith that she follows, but as somebody that does well in the dark, I am sure that Thandra watches over her.
Well, someone as opinionated as Longpaws, we might as well to put her under Krakadon.
That is actually a remarkable point. As somebody who's from the mountain peaks, somebody who endures the harshest of what the cold weather can throw at somebody. She is a hardy sort. But
when Longpaws shows up, she's going to ask, why in the world do you have so many points? Because she can't count that many gods.
I don't entirely know why they settled on 8, I suppose. There must be a reason for why Selasana wasn't included.
Yeah, I can't even come up with 8. I only come up with 7 in that.
Ow, Grask, move your elbow. It's really hard to put 2 of us in here.
Well, only when you're that big. So who all
I
of
see
you?
no problem.
So who goes at which point, Leo?
There is a certain order and combination that makes sense, and Leopold's going to start like drawing lines within the circle itself to like shape out connections between the points that represent sort of like the dynamics and relationships that some of the gods share between each other. Most of which are coming from like the stories that his mother told him, and only a few of which are coming from any kind of actual religious scholarship.
If you want to make mandala, I can probably find a really big compass to help. They are awesome for chalk drawings like this. They really are. It's just hard to get them big enough, but this place will have one. I am sure.
It's not so much a matter of the specifics. I think this is the difference between arcane magic of the sort that Pippin has studied and mastered over time, and divine magic. It is more about intuitive emotion and feeling, the connections between people and the connections between ourselves and the gods of the celestial plane. It doesn't matter if the circle is wonky. What matters is that our intention is pure. That we sincerely desire to help Bernard become the better version of himself that he was before he became a lich.
Okay. Would perfection help at all? Because if it would, I'm pretty good at drawing things. I could, you could tell me what it should look like.
I think you have the rough idea. If I've created a rough sketch, you could erase
That would be
all
fun.
that I have done and draw your own version from scratch if you prefer. That would meet your own rigorous standards. I will need time to prepare some of the material components I will need as well.
Yeah, I'll just leave yours down and go over it with another layer more exactly. Yes, that's a good word. More exactly.
Precision drawing.
Come on.
So
Long
Leopold's
Paws knows
gonna
how to do enlargements by a grid. It is fun.
Leopold's gonna go
There's
and take
lots
some of
flat rock.
the powdered silver that we found down in the vault, and sort of ask Pippin if he can borrow some of the supplies from his alchemist supplies to just like weigh and measure the amount that he's going to need. And sort of just be sat down working with Pippin on that and look across to where Aramil and Graska are still like fiddling around with the apparatus of Qualish and just ask, do either of you have a particular preference for which part of the circle you would like to represent?
Here, give me just a minute. Here, Grass, hey, move. And Airman will just squeeze through and then, like, almost be, like, forcibly ejected from the apparatus. Yep. And just pop out. What about a circle? Oh, right. I mean, would it be possible for me to like have 1 foot on Dara's point and 1 foot on Selasana's point? Or would that like not go over well?
We can accommodate. Longpaws, we're going to have to make a slight alteration to the design.
Well, look, you figure out where you want people to be, and then we make decorative Celtic-y knot loop things as to where the people belong, and they can weave in and out of the circle. It'll look really pretty, and also give the whole binding thing going that theme you like.
Okay,
But how many points do we need here?
9.
Exactly.
Yes, 9 points. We can work on the design and incorporate as many elements as necessary to make sure that all of the bonds and ties make sense. Again, math is precise, but I was never quite able to master the complexities. I'm good
Kind
as
of
far as
bad for
geometry
me.
goes, but once it gets to trigonometry, it all starts getting very confusing.
You don't need any trig to do this. This is pure geometry. And you don't even need numbers, actually. You just need, well, a giant compass and a straight rule. It's a piece of cake.
We do need some numbers. We need to know whether it's 8 or 9.
Yeah, but that can actually be done without the technical number. It can just be done by saying, I need a point for this. Like, you write it down, and you make a list around of the spots, and then you start adjusting. But, so count them off for me. We got Salasana and
Selasana, Orad, Thandra, Thormodon, Morrigan, Krakadon, Vidian, Nadara, and Robin.
who was that second one you said?
Orad.
Which one's Orad?
He is the father of the gods, the head of the pantheon. He who
Will actually like worship him by himself?
a great many. He is literally the. And Leopold's just like struggling with like having been asked like, who's Jesus?
What? I've never met Jesus.
Somewhere 500 years in the past, a cleric with a cane is just like, "It's you."
Yeah, look. He wasn't on the list of like they just list all those gods. He's not on the list. Of course, actually, that name does sound like what's above the line in the lists. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, I think it's less he's not on the list, more so he made the list.
Huh. That could explain my confusion. Look, we didn't do the whole pantheon thing.
That is the whole pantheon. Oh.
Yeah, we didn't do that at home.
And given I understand that has become fairly common since the collapse of the Empire, I think it was a lot of the power that the Empire had that was able to instill some sense of unity across the lands of Oregon. Most people in the here and now mostly worship the god that is relevant to their current life. You don't see a lot of worship of Krakadon far to the west, away from the coast. It simply isn't as relevant to people's lives, and so why would it be so?
Anywho, let's get this atonement on the road, shall we?
Okay. As I said, we will need 9 of us standing around at specific points in the circle, representing each of the gods. Assuming we can
9.
recruit. I was assuming we could recruit a few of the rock gnomes to assist with that.
You mean the clockwork guys, or?
Oh, yes, the clock gnomes. Sorry, I misspoke.
Do they count
Well,
if they don't have souls? Or do they have souls? I didn't think they had souls.
if we have Leo, Aramil, Longpaws, Grask, Bubbles, the statue of Bowie, myself, we only need 2. 2 more.
Mayor.
Mayor can hold one. That's a good idea.
So I'm loving that Longpaws is just throwing Leopold into a total crisis by just like total lack of understanding of the broader pantheon, and then asking tough metaphysical questions like, does this robot have a soul?
I feel like if we're gonna have Mayor, she should stand at the Selosana point, because So I will just stand on the Nadarin point. And we'll grab a couple of the gnomes. And
Pippin has brought up quite a good point in that if you have something of personal significance that you use to define your relationship to how you perceive the god that you will be representing, it might strengthen the ability of the spell. It doesn't necessarily need to be physical. A memory that you're focusing on while holding this stone representation of the holy symbol would be enough.
Since it was already made pretty clear that no one really cares about Orad, Pippin is going to go over to the stones that Leo made for all the 9 different gods. Mm-hmm. He's going to pick up the one for Orad and just chunk it into the floating bubbles bottle. And then she is going to push it to the glass to where you can barely see it through a film of black pudding. And then go float over the space dedicated to Orad.
I will grab the Nadarian stone symbol since I left my handmade one back at the tree in Oakhold.
Okay.
I've got my book. I'm just gonna hold it out and close my eyes.
Where should I stand? Killer, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry.
Not stand inside the
Just gonna
thing
like
while doing this.
be trying to like pull on the hatch, but the lever that like actually opens it isn't pulled. And so I
Which lever do I pull to get out?
Uh,
Animal, help me!
Uh-oh.
the
I
fourth
don't
one on
want to
your
be
left.
trapped in a tub. What?
The fourth one on your left.
1, 2, 3. Good job. Ah, it is much better. Where am I standing?
I'm not sure if you have any particular reverence for any of the gods, but the spot by Morrigan I think would make sense. She's a goddess of battle who has much respect for warriors. And I think that describes you quite well, my friend.
Magnificent. All right. What is her symbol, and which rock is it?
Typically, she is depicted as wielding a spear in battle, but your halberd is close enough in that regard. You could perhaps use that and think of our mighty battle against the Hydra.
Okay. All right.
As each of you.
And he moves to his spot.
Before we begin, Bernard has made it plain to me that I should fully divulge the risks of what we will be doing. I intend to cast a spell known as a magic circle. It will allow me to bind an undead spirit inside of the circle. The spell does not require concentration to maintain, and so whatever happens, it will stay up for at least an hour, which would give you enough time to get far away from here. I will need to make physical contact with Bernard while completing the Atonement Ceremony. And if it does not succeed, there is a risk to my soul. But I know that I made a promise. And I know that Sir Bowie would do the same if he were here. So I intend to go through with this. But I will not put you at risk. So I will not do it unless you all say that you are willing to take this chance with me.
I still don't really like the idea, but it is something Bowie would do. I think I owe it to him.
I made a promise too, so I'm here for it.
If we blow up the phylactery, if things are going badly, will that protect your soul?
If you are able to do it quickly enough, it should make him vulnerable.
How
He
much
is
destruction does
already-
it take to destroy a phylactery so enough?
Well, let's hope we don't have to find out.
I just want to be prepared. Should I get like a vice ready or something so I can try to smash it or something? Or
You know, I'm not really sure we have a way of measuring that prior to it becoming an issue.
that's why I'm asking the religious sea magic-y people who might have some clue.
Yes, of course, because you're full of difficult questions today.
I always have difficult
Leo.
questions. I just don't usually actually ask them.
Leo, do you know?
It's, I believe it is fairly fragile. Bernard was not willing to turn it over readily. I believe
Nope.
There
most
we go.
I believe most liches tend to guard their phylactery closely. Some of them even keep it hidden away in a very difficult to access and well-guarded vault. It is the one thing that can truly destroy them. Hopefully it will not come to that.
Grask just might be able to crush it between his hands or give it a good smack with the halberd and...
It's what Morrigan would want, as I have just found out.
Well, this kind of a staffy thing, so would like snapping it in half or something work? Maybe?
Maybe.
Some large level of brute force, typically.
Those
So
are...
would Grask and I play tug of war with it, or...
That is 5 words I like very much. Large level of brute force.
Pippin, I'm given to understand that most items that are magical in nature have some degree of hardiness to them. If you were attempting to destroy a magical item, what method would you suggest?
We could give
I don't know.
We could feed it to Bubbles.
Well, usually magic items are resistant to such acids. And I'm not very strong. So, I guess if it was just me, I'd be screwed?
We've got this. I believe in Leo.
Same.
Okay, then I will conduct the magic circle. The casting time will be about a minute. At that point, we will turn the pole here, which will put Bernard into the circle. From there will be 59 minutes of it remaining up, regardless of what happens to me. If this goes badly, then it has been an honor to serve with the Artifact Recovery Corporation.
Don't talk like that, Leo. You're gonna be fine.
And Aramil, as the franchise lawmonger, you will be the person responsible for filing the paperwork in my absence. So for that reason, I sincerely hope that this does not fail.
Yeah, me too. I can't handle all that paperwork.
Leo, we really need to talk to you about how pep talks work. These are really bad.
Pep.
I'll tell you later. I've got the next lesson planned out. We'll just have to take some time.
Like,
but...
real quick question: does Thormadin do encouragement, like positive reinforcement? Is that a thing he does?
Positive
I'm just
reinforcement. Yes. Typically through struts, beams, columns. There are many ways to reinforce.
Right. Now, if you were using those
Not
on a
gonna lie.
person...
Exactly.
I'm gonna also add to the list emotional positive reinforcement.
Just like therapy in general.
Hey,
Tell you what,
Thormadin,
if
god
this-
of the Ford, Crafts, you do therapy, my guy?
Hey, Thormadin, do your benefits include therapy and positive reinforcement?
How many mental health days do we get?
Literally,
Yes.
no. I pray to Thormadin and I get the calm emotions spell, and that's how I deal with trauma.
He
It's
has a
literally-
method. There is a method.
No,
He just spams calm emotions on himself until he's out of spell slots every day.
that's like letting you self-medicate. Like that
Yeah.
does not seem healthy.
Yeah, he
I
needs
have
to
a,
get
I have a, I have a divine prescription for antidepressants.
He needs a second. He needs a second cleric. He needs a second cleric to cast common motions on him continuously, so he's not self-medicating.
Exactly.
Or is that just being enabled?
That is like going to a methadone clinic.
An antidepressant clinic.
Hmm.
Yep.
Everybody gets in their positions. And Leo, you spend a minute casting the magic circle spell around the spot that Bernard sits in his jar. Bernard is looking around nervously. And by that I mean his bony skull is swiveling and chattering inside of the jar. I do hope for all of your sakes that this works. Mine as well, but mostly yours.
We appreciate it. I think everything is going to be okay.
Yes, fine. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine.
Let's do it.
You stand in place. And Leo, you're within the circle with Bernard. He is still in his jar. Describe what you do over the next hour. Don't describe it over the next hour, but describe what you spend the next hour doing.
We call upon the Nine, the gods of the celestial plane that watch over the people of this land, and that have watched over the life of this individual who stands before you. Bernard, who lived once long ago and made a choice that he has come to regret. And so we beseech to them now, gods of the celestial plane, each in turn, Aurat of the light and the sun and the radiant dawn, who brings us new light at the end of each long night. Bring your light to him. Thandra, she who detests what he has become, show pity on him, for he wishes to make amends. Thormodon, god of order, god of the forge, remake, reshape, rekindle, bring hope to this lost soul. Morrigan, warrior, goddess of battle, recognize the fight that he has endured against his own worst instincts and impulses. Respect the temperance that he has shown, and allow him to be reborn, that he may seek out new glory in your name. Krakodon, of the storm and of chaos, every storm has at its center a heart of peace and calm. Let the eye of the storm fall upon Bernard now, that he may know peace. Vidian, Lore Master, one who knows all that there is to know. Know that before you stands somebody who has traveled the darkest roads in pursuit of arcane power, and now seeks your guidance for a way back. Selasana, goddess of the road and of travels. If anybody knows that road, it would be you. Know that Bernard was a friend to your servant, Sir Beauregard, and that he would wish you to show the same love and compassion to Bernard that you have shown to him. Robin, trickster, you know of magic and trickery and deceit, and so you recognize truth when you see it. If you judge that Bernard is sincere in his desire to change, then allow him to put on a new mask and take a turn upon life's stage. Nadara, two-faced mother and father of the elven people. Although he has expressed some wariness about their nature, you are a goddess of nature itself. Your symbol, the tree of 4 seasons, helps us track the course of each year. And as winter turns to spring and brings new life, bring that now to this poor soul, Bernard.
What are each of... Oh, I'm
If
sorry.
anybody else wishes to say anything, now would be an appropriate time.
Nadara, you, the mother of elves, the bringer of balance to this world, I also ask that you seek and see that Bernard is seeking to rebalance his very soul. That without him, I would have never made it to Oakhold, never met Ty, never learned what it really means to embrace this new path that I walk. Without him, there'd still be a Hydra sitting in your temple. And I ask that, even though he has broken the order by becoming something undead, see that he wishes to become part of the order once again, with new life and a reforged soul.
Aramil, give me
Mhm.
give me a religion roll.
Oh no. $18.
Okay. What is going through the thoughts or minds or actions of the rest of you?
Pippin, He's held his book out in front of him, waiting for the spell to be cast. But in his other hand, he's prepared to use Thorn Whip to get Leopold out of the circle if he needs to. But he's going to call out to Vidian. Oh, Vidian, I know this may be a first, but after the events of this party's journey, it will be a first of many, for sure. I firstly want to thank you. Above all else, if you didn't cause that explosion at the Academy of Scholars, and then in turn saved me from that explosion, I wouldn't be here right now. And you recognize truth above all things. So, please, on my name, and he's going to hesitate, and then continue. On my name, Deckard Pippin Wendelberg.
That card?
I ask you for Leopold's protection, and for the rest of ours.
Make a religion roll.
Mm-hmm. 14.
Can you flash your genius at yourself?
I guess I can. Yeah, that becomes a 19.
Okay. Grask or long pause. Are you trying to contribute?
That's all he does.
Grask, expend the use of one of your rages.
Okay.
Just a battle cry.
Yeah.
I just want a
It was-
recap of that now. Of me giving this solemn prayer, I'm calling on all the gods, and in the background there's just this quiet ah!
Emmy, you're an audio engineer. I know you're in the chat. Make it happen.
Long pause.
Oh, and it continues, by the way. It just keeps going.
It's just this continuous yell that is coming from Grask.
Yeah.
It's definitely
Yeah,
taken
it's like-
all of us by shock.
Ah!
I got to hang out where Crocodon is. Is that correct?
Yeah. You don't know much about any of these gods. You didn't study the Pantheon very much. But you're standing
No.
there in the spot for the god of storms.
Right. Well, he's chaotic neutral, and I lean that way sometimes. At least when I'm playing games. So, got that going for me. Storms, as long as that includes snowstorms, means that he'll probably get some props from me now because, snowstorms are awesome. So, yeah, I can see that. Most people seem to think snow and whatnot is all harsh and nasty, so there's some good points to this god. I could see. I tried buttering him up, but I don't know how to do that. So I try very hard to dwell on the good parts, but sadly, in a lot of ways, this reminds me of the whole event reminds me of sitting around for a sermon kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And while I very dedicated and going, and I always listen, I cannot just do one thing at a time. And just standing there listening, it's not what I'm greatest at. So I spend a good deal of time pondering the intricacies of my drawing and finding all the bits that I wish to correct as I listen to the sermon. Because it definitely sounds like a sermon to me. And trying to make sure it doesn't look like I'm doing this, though, because I don't want to get scolded by, Leo or anything for not taking this seriously. And, that'd be a social thing, and that would be bad. But I do spend a little time thinking about, well, Bernard is trying to make these changes. At least he's trying to limit himself to only voluntary souls, not random souls anymore. So he's already pointed in the right direction. And that should be helpful. We're not this guy shouldn't be offended because we're not technically asking him to make him good or anything, just not evil, And and a non-evil lich would be nice and chaotic. So if this guy likes chaos, although then I think maybe Robin would like that more. So if she's picking up on any of these funky thoughts, Robin, this would be chaotic. Nobody would expect this. You should, help this strange plan along, But, will not say any of this out loud. I do not do the out loud praying. I'll do the head praying and hope that these are the kind of gods who can read that.
Long pause. Give me a persuasion roll.
No. She has no persuasion. She doesn't persuade. She argues.
Oh, I see.
She'll make a persuading roll, but she's bad at them. She doesn't persuade.
Go for it. See what happens. You never know. Roll the dice. Well, embrace the chaos of the dice roll.
Yeah, but no matter what I do, it's going to be worse because I have negative to persuasion.
It's just a -1. That's not bad. I don't know if it's enough to convince a god that the chaos of having a good lich is a good idea, but you made an argument.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for. We're just pointing out possible benefits kind of things here.
Yeah.
We're also holding on to, his phylactery in case we have to smash it or something. And we figure it should probably be in the circle for this event. And, yeah. And actually, if we'd planned this thing ahead of time, I probably would have asked to, have us, soak it in holy water or something for the whole trip. just on the off chance it could help.
You just had the phylactery chilling in holy water the entire way here.
We've got it on ice.
I figure it wouldn't hurt.
Like frozen holy water.
I'm picturing it's like a Coors Light glass bottle just in an ice bucket with a little thing floating in the middle.
There's
I figure it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sticking out of a bucket of holy water. Just sitting there by Long Pause. She's ready to smash it. Leo.
Chilling.
Yeah.
Leo.
Couldn't hurt.
Make your insight roll.
Oh, Christ.
You are getting... you're getting +6 to this roll.
Does anybody have inspiration?
Wait, is that an additional +6 on his +4?
Correct.
Oh.
I have inspiration still.
Are you willing to let me have it for this, or do you want to hold on to it?
Well, you wait until
Yeah.
after you roll, and then you check for it.
Oh wait,
It's not actually. I think it's just a reroll.
Yeah, it's. You can spend inspiration to give yourself advantage. That's how it works.
Although we have a bard. Can
Leo
our
just-
bard inspire our priest?
Leo just
oh
rolled
right.
a 25.
That's enough.
Hopefully.
So you're just gonna gently like
We don't
take
know
the
the
lid
DC.
off the jar. Does like the Debbie Lich skull like float up out of it at all, or is it mostly just gonna? Is Bernard just gonna chill in there, and I'm just gonna have to like dip my hand in like I'm feeding fish in an aquarium?
No, he floats up out of the jar and he stretches his jaw. And he's like, ah, freedom. It's been so long since I've been out of those pipes. Well, give
That
it
a
your
good
shot.
thing?
Just gonna like take a thumb and just like do the like Simba.
Oh, is this with holy water, ashes, what?
No, just a thumb.
Just the thumb. So the dirty thumb.
Bernard focuses his attention fully upon you, Leopold, as the end of the hour occurs and you place the symbol upon the forehead, the bony forehead of this ancient skull. The gem-encrusted eyes bore into you somehow.
Gem encrusted? There's gems on the skull we should have taken?
And he says to you, I am so sorry, Leopold. I don't think this is working. It's so unfortunate that I'm going to eat you now. Right after... And then as he's saying that, the entire circle fills with radiant light. And when it fades, the skull floats in front of you, Leo. There's something different about it. And Bernard says, thank you. And the skull clatters to the ground, the gems popping out of its eyes. It cracks.
What?
We killed him! We weren't supposed to kill him?
I thought I did it right. Oh dear.
Smash the phylactery.
Wait. I'm just gonna like listen.
The phylactery has grown dim. It had been glowing with like a necrotic energy. And now, every component of it seems inert.
Is he gone?
I suppose if we atoned him back to being a mortal soul, well, then he would have died thousands of years ago. I guess I can only assume that he is in Sheol, possibly with, one would hope, every victim that he ever ate the soul of. I think.
Wait, are you sending him to hell or something? I mean, if he's with every victim he ever ate, that sounds like you're sending him to hell.
The lady of the long sleeve, she meets people at the river between this life and the next, and takes them to where they need to go. I I'm not a cleric of Atonement at all, so we would probably need to consult with one of our servants if we can find them. But I think we might have just done something very good.
But he's
By
gone.
re-killing Bernard and making him go away and breaking the workshop?
As she says that, the like lights and power in the room that you're in start to like, and it suddenly is very, very dark in the room that you're in, and cold.
Nobody can see me.
I cast light.
You're no
Yeah,
fun.
likewise.
You guys could all see. You didn't have to spoil my fun. We already spoiled Bernard's.
Oh,
He seemed elated, if anything else.
I thought that it would just like make him not want souls anymore.
to be fair, he doesn't.
Well, mission accomplished.
I will. Oh, go ahead, Pip.
I suppose it's not the worst outcome, Ermil.
I was just, I don't know, hoping he, still be around. He's a cool guy. But I guess getting to move on. Maybe he's talking with Klaus right now.
There are forms of magic that allow one to communicate with those that have passed into the lady's domain. I'm not yet capable of casting them myself, and they're not cheap to cast, so...
Alright,
If you-
so I'll go pick up the skull and the gems, and hopefully the gems will pay for the talk.
Chaotic
We
neutral,
need to
everyone.
check on him. We have to make sure that we didn't actually do something bad here. We have to check on him.
Leo.
If you wanted to check up on him, Aramil, I would be willing to try to cast that spell. You may commune with his spirit in the beyond and check that he is truly doing okay there.
Yeah, I'd like to know. Also, he well, so much for making toys for the people of Oridon again. As I look around at the completely blacked out, powerless room of the workshop.
We couldn't leave the clock gnomes here now that the factory is inoperable. They technically can fall under the constitution of the sort of thing we were sent to recover. Perhaps we could talk to Sylvia and see if she would be willing to either get this place up and running again somehow, or to simply take over the family business.
That being said, your thoughts return to the parlor of Sylvia Nickel Key Cutter, where you are all sitting and awaiting her introduction into the room. Leopold, over the last several weeks as you've been traveling, you've been reading, best you can, the tomes about Thormodin that you have at your disposal. And you know that it is far harder to resurrect something that is undead, especially as powerful as a Lich or a Demi-Lich. But there are many ways to resurrect a soul that has moved on to the afterlife if they desire to return. So perhaps breaking the lichdom that was imposed upon himself by Bernard, you have made it so that he is not as entirely lost as he once was.
Okay, but just from a purely mechanical standpoint, no part of his physical body remains.
I know, so
and
true resurrection is...
He was too scattered to tell us his name. We can't just say Bernard.
Yeah.
So
We have the skull. We know Bernard. We know the...
You do. You have his skull.
And we know that...
his skull.
And we know
That's
the
a
name
physical
Bernard.
part of his body.
So those two chunks should work.
You do have his skull.
It's still gonna
take it.
Yeah, it'll still take the full level resurrection. I'm taking the skull.
It all predicates on whether or not he wants to come back.
It does. But the fact of the matter is, you broke undeadness.
Ask it.
Yeah, breaking the undeadedness is the crux of it.
Yeah, you sent him to the afterlife, which is no small task.
I don't know. We've done that a bunch of times.
And as you sit, the doors open to Sylvia's parlor, and the ancient-looking gnome steps into the room. Her butler beside her. She walks, if you can call it that, with her cane in this inch-by-inch manner. The Lady Sylvia Nickel Keycutter presents herself to the Artifact Recovery Corporation for the completion of your contract. Please submit the inventory of what you have discovered so that we may assess it.
Well, here's what we found. Word vomit.
Yeah. Well, and if his word vomit didn't make any sense, of course there's the X sleigh out there that was pulled by the gnomes, and what do you guys call that spider barrel thing?
The apparatus.
Yeah, apparatus. That's what we use to tug everything here. A converted sleigh and a bunch of clockwork gnomes and a apparatus to haul things. Yeah. So you got those.
Yeah, Leopold's gonna rummage
around. Of course,
around
the cannon's on that. The mini cannon.
And take out the carefully pre-prepared inventory document.
That is the one we went over first and made sure that anything...
Yeah. We had Aramil take a verbal account into the whisper jar so that Leopold could listen back to it and write up an official formal document. And Longport assisted with basically going...
document. That was the document
that we're keeping.
That
we're keeping. And so we've just conveniently omitted certain things.
We're only bringing back the stuff we found, aside from the apparatus that we used to pull it. That thing's ours. The other
so we
everything
basically have
is what was in the cottage.
The list we're presenting to Sylvia of the stuff that we're willing to turn in, and the list we're presenting to HQ of here's all the shit we found.
Yeah, the apparatus we acquired to pull the cannon and stuff. It's not hers. Okay? We found it in random dwarven tunnels.
Sylvia looks up at her butler and tugs on his pant leg. He leans down to her. She whispers into his ear, and he stands back up and says, "The Lady Sylvia Nickel Keycutter requests that her solicitors review the inventory in fine detail, at which point she will forward the remainder of your payment to your offices, and she has asked that I give you this for the time being." And he presents the 2,000, a banknote for 2,000 gold, as was the promised minimum for the job.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. To be fair, Mrs. Keycutter, how much for this little clockwork cat I want to keep? And the little toy cat that we found that works, that does the little wavy thing.
Sylvia tugs on the butler's pant leg and he leans down. They converse for a moment. The lady offers that as a partial payment for the job well done. You do not need to rescind any gold for it. However, the cost of such a thing upon assessment may be deducted from the final total for the job.
As long as it's noted on the receipt somewhere for, the CPA dudes or whatever to handle, that's fine.
I can assure
Thank you.
you that Mrs. Nickel Keycutter's solicitors are of the finest quality and will submit paperwork in fine detail.
Okay.
So if we divide that initial 2,000 up, we each get 400 gold.
It's just going into my hoard to be properly divided when we get back, since nobody ever told me how to pay people.
After the initial, the party getting up and spewing all this information at these two, Pippin is going to very non-excitedly walk up to Mrs. Nickel Cutter, since she is so old, and put out the hand, and he's going to say, Madam Keycutter, it is an honor to meet you. I'm afraid we weren't able to meet last time. My name is Dagard Wendelberg.
She raises a hand that is shaking so violently that you fear she may lose her balance in the process.
Yeah, I'm too scared to move. I will let her do all the movement in case I break something.
She takes your hand with hers, and it is like a child's hand in its grip.
I just wish to thank...
Is like twigs wrapped in paper as you feel it. And it's
I just wish to thank you. I just wish to thank you for your initial support for the Artifact Recovery Corporation. And I just had a question for you, if you don't mind me asking.
She slowly nods.
It seems that we are both lines of powerful gnome families. I was wondering if you had ever heard of the Wendelberg clan.
She puts her hand back onto her cane so that both of her hands are holding onto it tightly. The look on her face is one of deep thought and consideration. And then she motions for you to come closer.
I do so, cautiously.
She motions for you to come very close. And then she leans slightly forward, causing everyone in the room to fear that she is going to fall over.
Oh.
and she whispers into the ear of Deckard, Pippin, Wandelberg. Fuck the old bastard. And then she
My
Hell
thoughts
yeah.
exactly.
and then she pats your cheek with a quaking hand.
Excuse me.
Thank you for your knowledge.
What? Huh? What? Pippin, what'd you say? Where are
She
you going?
has
Hey,
her-
wait!
But she motions for her butler to lean down, and she whispers to him. And then the butler stands up and says, "The Lady Sylvia Nickel-Keycutter would like you to know that she feels that you do not represent the gnome she once knew as Wandelberg, and that you are a fine and upstanding young artificer. She wishes you the best."
At that, Pippin is just like, he starts to blush, and he's like completely fangirling at what the butler just said, and then he's going to regain his composure. He's going to, like, I don't know, I guess salute, but he doesn't know any salutes. But he is going to say thank you once again.
Spaghetti man?
The butler also says, "Lady Nickel-Keycutter wishes for me to convey that the one you met and know as Century had visited her before returning to wherever it is he needed to go. She would like to pass along that the work done on his person was fine work. She was quite impressed. It had been a long time since the lady had seen anyone from her old regiment. She wishes to convey her thanks."
It was, I mean, Pippin did a lot of the work, so you should really be thanking him.
The lady and the butler kind of exchange glances, and he looks back at you, Aramel, and says, "We were."
My bad.
After receiving the check, a few moments of conversation with Lady Sylvia, or her butler, more accurately, she sees herself out, and the butler returns after a half hour or so of you waiting to be let out of the house, and he opens the door and sees you off. You take the apparatus, but leave the sleigh and the gnomes behind.
Yes. We take the apparatus. We have Biscuit. We have Dog. And we hopefully have some kind of little sledge thing, unless I stuffed everything else of interest in the apparatus. How much could I stuff in the apparatus?
If Aramel's the only one inside it, quite a bit. It is the size of a large wagon. And you head back to Deer Bluff proper. And we will take a quick break, and we'll be back, because I have coffee that is finished brewing.
And then we gotta talk about Oakhold. Or Woodhaven.
For those of you who don't know, I am getting screamed at by Emmy because of the untimely demise of Bernard.
Redemise.
Untimely. How long was he a lich for again?
1,500 years? I don't know.
I'd call it a remise.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice round number, like...
Or compromise.
Yeah, he had a happy ending. He said thank you. God. Doesn't that... Like, come on.
Hey, look, Grask may have just screamed at the guy, but they all worked hard.
Look, the rest of the party worked really hard for this. I just screamed a whole bunch, but it worked.
Hey, it's what he's been doing a majority of the time they've all known each other, and it's worked out so far.
Just screaming in the background.
So don't mess with... Yeah.
Please say, is Grask priest now? In that accent.
I'm sure it's another win.
Grask is priest now. He is now, as far as he knows, he is high priest of Morrigan.
Oh, good lord.
Oh, God.
Brings it to 50 wins for Grask.
Well, we all know Vespasian's not taking that title anytime soon, so...
Oh.
Grask will fight Orica. He'll lose, but he'll fight her. What did you do to earn the title of High Priest of...
God,
what did you do to earn the High...
What did Pat
you do to earn the title of High Priest?
He said, well, Vespasian is taking something else instead.
Kolak?
Yeah, thank you. Good lord. Oh, God. And he said, yes, Chris. Kolak. That is correct.
We're gonna get roasted when the stream goes off and like Emmy, Dio, and Pat all jump in here and just like, what the fuck?
Look, Vespasian just took 2 plus 4, 4 more than 2 Hydras in fireballs. That's all. Pat said I'll be in staff.
Don't go in there. I can't come and listen to this. This would be entertaining.
Oh, good
First,
God.
Probably should go to bed.
Anywho.
I think Vespasian is technically on fire right now.
Yeah, I think
because after he died, he turned into an object, making him flammable.
Oh,
I'm
God.
like 65% sure Vespasian's currently on fire right now.
Where are we chronologically at in the timeline, though? Like, how long would he burn for?
Right now, Pat, we love you.
Right now, it's technically less than 6 seconds, right?
Oh, in the game, yes, it's less than 6 seconds. In this game, right now, where are you in the
If he's still on
timeline?
fire?
You are after the autumn equinox, so I don't even know if any of this is canon until after the other streams catch up.
Okay, look, if they don't destroy the whole world, we're fine. And then
That's true.
tomorrow we see the demon hordes marching in on us.
That's true.
No. Artifact Recovery Corporation operates on sitcom time, which means that it doesn't matter what happens in the other ones, because the status quo is always reestablished by the time of Artifact Recovery.
At the start of every episode.
You're right.
So, Emmy, we know that Reyna died too, because when you live by the fireball, you die by the fireball.
Exactly.
Oh, good lord.
It also means that causality will shift to allow Artifact Recovery Corporation to have what's going on happen.
It's true. It's true.
Well, no, you see, it's very simple. We will have to recover the artifacts of all the places that have now been destroyed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Deer
It's
Bluff is just a
Deer
tiny
Bluff is
little
gonna be-
town. Nobody's going to pay attention to it.
Deer Bluff is going to be fine. It's going to be like that really bad
Airmail's
sci-fi
parents
show
might not
Jericho,
be.
where like everything else got destroyed by nuclear blasts, but this small town in the mountains is fine, and they're just going to go out and start recovering all the artifacts.
Sounds legit.
It's their
to me.
job.
I just broke David. Did I just break you? Are you okay?
You brought up Jericho. I forgot that show even existed.
I knew if anybody was going to pick up on that horrible pop culture reference, it would be you.
I did remember you mentioning it, but I never actually watched the show.
Why was your guys' youth filled with so many terrible TV shows?
Because the
Sliders,
internet didn't
Tell it-
exist yet.
Because all the good ones got canceled right away.
Because-
No, all the good ones were for adults.
Television hadn't realized that, well, premium television hadn't realized, or was just starting to realize, that if you pump movie money into TV shows, you will make movie money back.
It's
Yeah,
also
that's
just
true.
a lot of the shows that people love from the 90s were the kinds of shows where they had like a solid group of writers that were like recognizing we need to move away from the serialized television the syndicated television format towards the serialized format, because it rewards an audience for getting invested and caring about like how character arcs evolve over time.
Yep.
Because Next Generation being a big one, where basically when they started writing the Next Generation, Gene Roddenberry basically had this rule of like, it's the future, everything's perfect, nobody fights, and you can't have recurring storylines. So it's like,
It was
how do
Monster
you
the
make
Week type thing.
drama happen under those constraints? And so they had to just push and push and push back against it. And then he died. And so they were able to go like, okay, well, he died of old age, so we don't have to worry anymore.
And yet, I never really got into DS9. Voyager, I loved.
Deep Space Nine was like the weird offshoot show from TNG, so that's where like a lot of the stuff that like eventually pushed the format forward happened in DS9. And so when you get people who are really into Trek, a lot of people's favorite ends up being DS9. And a lot of the reason people hated Voyager as much as they did was because it went back to the old school format of just reset button, everything resets. Where like the concept behind that show of a ship is lost in the depths of space and like can't rely on like we're in the Federation so we can just have infinite resources. And they didn't grapple with that premise. Instead, it was just like, oh no, it's fine, reset button, everything goes back to normal. So there's the story of when Ronald D. Moore wrapped up Deep Space Nine, he went over to work on Voyager, and his first day in the writer's room, he asked, how many photon torpedoes does the ship have left? And basically got the response of, we don't really count. And so he went, screw that, I'm going to go make Battlestar Galactica and show you how to do this premise correctly.
All right. Anywho, back to this game.
I'm gonna have to turn my brain back on? No. Come on.
No, it's an inside joke. Don't worry.
I
know,
responding
but come
to
on,
our
who else
chat.
can do this? Nice. New one.
I can't do that.
Put your center knuckle all the way down. Or no, actually, I can do that. Do this. All right.
If you're going to do a Star Trek based RPG, though, you have to make the party red shirts on
No,
the
you have to
away
put
team,
these
so that there's the tension that you might all just get killed.
open, 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 open that one.
Jesus, no, that's hard.
Leave your other ones together.
It's not working. That doesn't work.
Most people can't.
Oh, good lord. Okay.
I kinda. All right.
All
Anywho,
right. Let's play.
long
Let's play
pause is
D&D.
showing Aramel this in the cart.
Oh
On the
yeah,
way
you
back
better.
to-
She tortured him at various times with this kind of stuff.
On the way back to Deer Bluff proper after leaving the Nickel Key Cutter place.
I hope Randolph's okay.
It's been a few days since you had left. Woodhaven. You had stopped there on the way back to Deer Bluff. Carrying the book that you had found within the library of Oakhold after helping Ty to rescue the shrine. Or restore
Vital
the shrine.
information they needed like a month ago, right?
Yes.
Oops.
Well, elf, go talk to other elves.
I have to think, because I don't think it would be that long. Because if I recall your original plan, you were going to load everything onto the apparatus and into the carts and take the minecarts to Ironstone Hall and then travel from there to Woodhaven and then back to Deer Bluff.
Well, that was a theory, but we didn't know if the carts would actually get us there or not.
I think...
And there's also the question of how do we get the horses into the tunnel?
I think maybe you dropped the book off sooner and then went, got the rails
back for
working.
All the goodies.
Yeah, got the rails working and dropped the book off sooner because it was made apparent to you by Celisana that it was important that this book get to Randolph right away.
Well, then why didn't we just go to Drakengard Keep and have some mage teleport it or something, or magic messenger it or something? That would be faster.
Because we don't know anyone who can do that.
Also,
because we don't think in hindsight.
But yeah, we'll do that.
So, we'll say that several weeks earlier you had gone to Woodhaven.
Because it's closer to Oakhold anyway.
It is.
Yeah, by like 3 days.
Yeah, but it would have only taken you a few days to get from Drakengard Keep to Ironstone Hall by a rail. As long as you could get out and repair things at a fairly rapid pace. And since Leo's already repaired the track once, I don't think it would be too difficult for him to repair the tracks as he went, if necessary.
Well, since he can now see in the dark instead of trying to do puzzles blindfolded, that probably would help.
So long as we don't go careening through the middle of some horrible drow city.
Nah, that's further past Ironstone Hall, closer to Ravenreach.
That's good to know. So we meant the nice
I see what
drow.
you did there. I see what you did there. We don't go to Ravenholm.
No, nobody goes to Ravenreach. It's a silly place.
We don't go to Ravenholm. Half-Life 2 shout out.
You arrive back in Woodhaven, or you had arrived back in Woodhaven, carrying the book. The elves who find you in the woods and escort you to Woodhaven are slightly friendlier this time. Having spent a little time interacting with Aramil, and having recognized that you are the ones under contract by Randolph.
Silly elves.
Where is the journal entry? There it is.
I'll make our way to Randolph's house and his insane gaggle of children.
Yes, you make your way up into the trees and back to Randolph's. The chaos is just as chaotic as you remembered. The large number of elven children are running around at Aramil speed, playing, laughing, fighting, and their mother looks just as overwhelmed and perturbed as she did the last time you had been present.
Leopold's gonna cast Calm Emotions to give her just like a moment of peace by getting the kids to just sit down and be quiet for a little while.
Oh, you are casting it on the children. I wasn't sure if you were casting it on them or her.
It only lasts a minute, right?
I will do it as long as necessary. I will burn through spell slots.
Grask, being a giant man-child, will preoccupy the kids by being a jungle gem.
Leopold, you spend a few minutes casting Calm Emotions, and Mrs. Randolph of Woodhaven thanks you immensely for the few moments of silence. Once it wears off, the children see Grask, and before walking up the stairs to Randolph's office, you can see that
He gets dogpiled.
Grask has new child-sized armor. He is coated from head to toe in children.
This is wonderful. This is actually, you guys go ahead and go upstairs. I will deal with this vicious foe that needs vanquishing, and I will help. And so now he is going to battle childhood energy levels.
It is the hardest fight you've ever had to deal with, Grask. It's like
only because there's more kids.
It's
he's a dad, so
it's like wrestling 12 Aramils.
Yes.
But without the gauntlets, fortunately.
This is almost as difficult as fighting myself.
She tells you to take it outside and down into the yard that is below the tree, so that you can have more space to not kill her children.
Yeah, juggle them, yes. Kill them, no.
You don't juggle them. Children. You spin them. It's way more fun. And freaks out the mothers a little bit less.
You guys go up to Randolph's office, and he is busily writing in on some piece of architectural parchment. And when you get up there, he's like, "Yes, have a seat, please. Please feel free to sit down wherever you need to. There's a bench somewhere under those papers, and I'll be right with you."
I will say in Elvish, "Hey Randolph, it's Ark. We got the book."
He sits up and spins around. You found it.
Yep.
Oh, by Nadara and Vidian. Oh, thank the gods. You found it. Oh, good. As you're sitting there, as he's turning around and you're looking at him, the window of his office is like open to the courtyard outside, and every once in a while you see a different kid pass in front of the window going, "Hey, Dad!
Aren't we like
look,
3 stories up?
Yes.
Yes.
Grask is just juggling children 3 stories high.
It's like down at the bottom. He's got a cue, and they go up, and Grisk goes, "All right," and he grabs the little wrists, and then just like just and then catches them on the way down.
Pippin, I do hope
It
that
is
you
the
have
toss-up game.
some healing salve that will help bumps and scrapes if any of them happen to hit the ground.
Grask, make an athletics check. You have advantage.
Alrighty.
I don't remember being that aerodynamic as a kid. Holy cow.
Don't worry, Leopold. If Grask doesn't catch them, I will. And I look like I'm aiming my my turkey baster out the window.
Nice.
Pippin's just target spotted.
Emmy enjoys pointing out that children in D&D should be murdered on sight. 24. You have no problem tossing children up 3 stories and catching
Emmy is
them.
never
And then-
allowed to go to my village.
Yes, I am an excellent child thrower. 51 wins for Grask.
Didn't you get a win for each child you catch?
Yeah, so that's like 62 children, right? No, 62 wins.
He's just doing that. He's not doing this to keep the kids entertained. He's doing this to accumulate wins now. One
I'm
win.
just gonna like take a look at the crowd of children and go like, no, I think he was right the first time.
Like, there were 12 children that followed you down from Randolph's house, but like, as you've been
Yeah, but
doing this, the
Other
line...
children have seen these other children, and like upon re-entry from like outer space.
the line is just getting longer and longer, Grask.
And now it's a workout, which now has Grask super pumped.
Randolph looks at all of you and says, Can I see it? You have it, right? With you? Here? I would hope. That's why you're here.
Mr.
Yeah.
Documenter? Pretty sure we let you hold this one book.
Yes, we were able to recover it. I'm afraid I can't make any of it out, but we also, while we were traveling, we encountered a rather troubling bit of demon summoning that appeared to have taken place on the road.
He looks up. He doesn't say anything, but he looks extremely pensive.
Just then, like, hand the book over.
We took care of that, though. Don't worry, the man, Leo.
We were able to resolve the situation, but I'm just worried that there might be other such situations in the future.
Any chance you might need funky red bloody gems to, fight demons? I mean, if not, I'm happy to keep them.
No.
But
I don't think so. Just this book. This book is not on demons, though. This book is on devils and the hells.
well, I'm not sure which one it was we fought. What was that called? Valgaroth or something?
It was a Garistro.
Okay, so which is that?
That's
a demon.
Oh. Why do you need...
Um,
Do you need devils to kill demons or something?
Oh, gods, no. No, that would be very bad. Devils and demons hate each other, and they would... Spilling their war out on the material plane would be a terrible, terrible mistake.
Oh.
He begins flipping through the folio of documents that...
real quick.
Yes?
While or sometime on the road, or while Leo is handing the book over, I'd like to roll sleight of hand to slip in the note.
Okay, give me this.
Actually, I probably could have just done that on the road, but this is more fun.
But go ahead.
Yeah, but you forgot to the last minute, so...
What does the note say again?
It's the note that we found on the elves from Sylvandor.
Okay.
The order to issue the sacrifice and the summoning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna tuck that in random part of the book.
Randolph says, "You have no idea the importance of this."
We had some idea. You gave us a lot of money for it.
Speaking of, and he pulls out the second half of the payment.
Yes! Long Paws happily collects.
I think it's another $17.50 in gold.
I'll know here in a minute.
Randolph Randolph says, I know all of you are were unsure about me and gathering this item for me when we first met. There were some reservations, I'm sure. Who wants a book on the infernal hierarchy, after all? Right? Yes.
Resty's getting tired. He rages in order to keep going.
But you see, it's very important, and well,
It's okay. We had some time to think. We had some conversations with some friends.
About this?
Not specifically what's in the book, but your purpose with it. I just want you to know that you need to be careful.
I'm not doing anything with this book. Not me.
Not you.
I told you I was going to pass it along to the Seeker.
Mm-hmm.
And
I know.
And I'm not going to do that.
Why not?
I never wanted it for him. He saw the vision, and I knew that it needed to be collected because of that, but I was never... I feel guilty for lying to you, and so I'm telling you the truth as best I can, or what I can. There are people... There are people working to stop some of the bad things that are happening, which I think you're aware of, if you ran into some demons and did something about them. I kind of work for them.
The ones bringing the demons or stopping them?
Stopping them.
Okay.
And the Seeker had the vision and warned me. And then he went. Well, he went. And he hasn't come back.
Huh.
So I'm giving this to someone who I think will help. And
Are we allowed to know who?
Let's just say between you and I, he's someone who can be trusted.
Well?
Do we believe him this time?
If you want to put me in a zone of truth.
That would probably be a good idea, but I am afraid I'm rather spent on divine energy at the moment. I was helping your wife to have a little bit of peace.
Well, you seemed very concerned with my motivations last time. And I just wanted to assure you that I'm not intending on doing anything evil. Only good.
I'll say in Elvish. It's okay, Randolph. I trust you. But I also know that for our people, this could be very, very bad.
Our people have been corrupted. And I think that when the Seeker went to Thalriel to talk to them, that he was killed. He says this in Elvish. I don't know how many of you speak Elvish. I think Aramil's the only one.
That depends.
I have Elvish.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, then he thinks that Aramil's the only one.
I know. It goes all the way to the top.
Just
So be careful.
I think after I deliver this, that my family and I are leaving the ancient forest. We met. There was a priest of Orad who came through here recently, and he said that he has family in Avelia Wood, and I think I'm going to go there with my family. I think it's safer.
That's probably a smart idea.
Well, I didn't mean to disrupt your, bother you with all of this. I know that you interviewed me pretty thoroughly the last time, and were unsure about what I wanted with the book, so I thought honesty was the best policy. He says that part in common. I wish I could tell you about. I wish I could tell you more. And like I said, I would submit to a zone of truth so that you know that my motives are honest and pure and good. But it's unfortunate that you don't have access to that right now. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I always like to have somebody's consent before I cast that spell upon them, and often a willingness to subject oneself to the spell is in and of itself a demonstration that one is being honest. There is
Just proves Leo is not nearly as cynical as some others of us.
It's true.
There's one thing I would like to ask. I'm not as knowledgeable about the elven people as some others within our group might be, but I'm given to understand you have some connection with the Feywild. There is a business I have with the Queen of the Summer Court, but I'm not currently able to transport myself to the Feywild by my own will. If there is knowledge in your libraries, in your archive, that indicate a way that I would be able to do so safely, I promise I would guard the secrets closely and only use it for my own personal sake.
I unfortunately don't have the authority to give you access to that. But Aramil has access to the libraries here, as he's been here. He spent some time in them, and so I'm sure that he would be able to help you to look through there. Though you would not be able to, look through on your own. I believe that it would be prudent for him to do so.
I can do that.
And yes,
I can get all you guys into the library if you want.
If the protocol is that only you would be permitted because you are an elf, then I would understand and abide by that. I have confidence in you as our franchise lawmonger that you would be able to find any relevant information I might require.
Yeah. I mean, last time I was in there, I kind of got sidetracked just a little bit with some stuff, but I was a different elf then than I am now.
It is not anything that is immediately pressing anyway. I still need time to grow in my strength and my connection to Thormodon before I will be able to help those people, but if you are able to find a way that I might be able to return that, I do still intend to help them if I can.
I think I can try and find something.
We could always ask Bear to ask Bowie to play taxi driver or whatever.
And Bowie did tell Aramil that if you guys needed to get back and forth to the Feywild, you could try and get in touch with his brother, because he tends to do that on pretty frequent occasion.
Yeah, but we'd
Mhm.
have to be like groupies to keep track of where he is.
Artifact Recovery Corporation in Hard Rock Road Trip.
Good God. You head downstairs after saying your farewells to Randolph of Woodhaven. You pry Grask away from the children, who all, in unison, go, "Aww," and try to cling to him and keep him from leaving.
Pull with everything you've
Now,
got.
hold up. Listen. You all need... Look, I will come back. Okay? We will be back. But if I find out that you're giving your mother troubles, then no more throwing.
They nod solemnly.
Okay, let's go.
There is a gaggle of children that chase you out of town, waving at you all as you left Woodhaven on that day. All of you can see the Shield Guardian still standing like a statue outside of the opening soon, as the apparatus clanks its way down the main thoroughfare of Deerbluff, with Biscuit and Dog flanking it. It has been a long, long road that took you far and wide here on the roads of Oregon. But bedraggled, accomplished, a little richer, you return to the tavern that you call your offices. Tip and Top are making progress on expanding the building, which they have been doing in your absence. Upon dragging yourselves in the door, there is, though you've only been at the opening soon, a little bit before having headed out, it somehow does feel like you are returning home.
Well, yeah, it smells of bacon.
It does.
And peanut butter.
And your dwarven bartender is spitooning behind the bar, shining the mugs in the most unsanitary way you could possibly imagine. And she cracks a semi-toothless smile at all of you as you walk in. The chairs are stacked lovingly in the corner, as they so often are when nobody is paying attention, and Dot is exasperatedly starting to spread them back around the room when you all come in.
Still with the chairs, huh?
She spins around when she hears your voice. Aramil! Pippin, Longpaws, Grask. Oh, Leo, you're all back. Yes, the chairs continue to be a problem. I even had Tip and Top glue them down one night, and they still went up in the corner the next morning. Then we had to sand down the floors. It was an awful mess.
Wow, we gotta get that figured out. Like, Leo, you have any tricks that can, like, exorcise spirits? Because I think we've got a ghost.
I could attempt to conduct a seance.
You could let me try as using my new powers as High Priest of Morrigan. I will try. Hey, you ghosts! Stop!
High Priest of Morrigan?
And
It's
I
a long
don't.
story. Don't ask.
I will
Stop.
tell. I will telepathically link with a dot.
Oh,
He's
Grant's
not
just
really.
gonna start.
One thing at a time. The jobs are done.
Uh huh.
The coin accounted for.
Yep, we've got a banknote, some raw cash, and then Lady Keycutter said she'll send the rest of the commissioned pay to the office for everything additional we were to bring back.
Excellent. Well, I applaud your efforts. It took a little longer than I expected, but at the same time, you've finished multiple jobs at once. Quite efficient.
Yeah, I think we should stick to a one-job basis from now on. Taking two at a time's rough. It'd be nice to come back here every now and again, or more frequently.
That's unfortunate that you'd say that. I did as you requested and looked into jobs that would send you to Geneva, and I found 3.
Oh, I mean, well, if they're
unless you
all...
want to make 3 long trips, we could do that.
No, I mean, if there's 3 jobs in the city, yeah, I mean that we'll do it. Like, I've got a place we can stay.
Excellent. I will also let you know that upon completion of these jobs, I had, knowing that the jobs were complete and you were on your way back with the proper franchise fees, I submitted the paperwork to increase our franchise territory. I hope you aren't upset that I did that.
No, that's great.
Well, then the new hirelings should arrive sooner than later. Tip and Top should be joined soon by a couple of new laborers. I will be acquiring an assistant.
Well, that'll be nice.
Yes. Let's see.
I mean, we'll look at the jobs, I think, later. I think tonight we have a drink and celebrate. To another day of being with good old ARC.
I'm afraid I will have to write up reports to send back to headquarters detailing the work that we've been doing. I've made a little bit of progress, but there are just I's that need to be dotted, T's that need to be crossed, that sort of thing. So I shall have to meet you later on this evening. I'll review the paperwork that Dot has submitted. I will check over the copies, and perhaps I will find a way to misfile and reallocate some of your spent vacation days, Dot. I think that you've earned them.
Oh, well, thank you, Leopold.
Yeah, I'm sure you're... Wait. Dot, do you, have any, family or siblings or anything that you would want to go hang out with?
Wow. Aramil, that is a personal question.
Yeah, I know.
He's asking because, if we're going to include employee housing here, we need to know how much room you need.
Just enough room for me and Clara.
Who's Clara? Who's Clara?
My daughter.
Okay. Does she want her own room?
Okay.
She says, we're quite happy where we are, but we might use some of the guest quarters from time to time.
Oh wow, you're a mom?
Well, how do you think I have the patience to put up with all of you?
No, that's fair. That's very fair.
I figured it was our natural charisma.
Grask,
What natural charisma?
Grask, as expansive as your natural charisma tends to be, I must say that after a time, it still wears thin on the patience. A woman can only put up with so much. In any event...
Right, well, anyway. I think I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Grass, there's now 2. Make sure you use the correctly marked one.
The tavern...
Too late, he's already gone.
Over the
I
course...
love the idea that it's not that there's like a men's and women's bathroom. It's like the one that's specifically for grass that's specially reinforced, and then the one everyone else uses.
Tip and Top are eventually joined by Pit and Pat. The headquarters is expanded to the building next door, adding new guest quarters, a larger common room, an actual bartender, and not just the cook, and staff quarters, as well as a number of some maids to clean the rooms, and an actual so therefore an actual tavern staff to take care of the tavern. Leopold is able to conduct a seance and communicate with the family of ghosts that are living in the house.
What? That was real?
And ask them if they would politely move on.
No, they can stay. They just have to put the
No.
chairs back. at the end of the day.
Leopold's conducting the seance to just like find out who they are and to basically go like, why do you keep stacking the chairs? And can we find a way to like accommodate for your needs?
There is literally a family of ghosts there, and the
That's
father.
fine. Are we talking like mommy, daddy, baby ghost, or are we talking like a family and they all died and became ghosts?
Like a family and they all died and became ghosts. The father tells you...
They could have found family of ghosts. They could have found each other after they died.
Right, and then like made a baby ghost, and
That's not how that works.
Well, actually, if you kill the kid, it would be.
No.
The father of the children ghost basically tells you that the kids think it's funny to stack the chairs every night, and they laugh while you all try to put them back in order.
No. Tell the kids they're doing it wrong. If you want it to be funny, you have to build towers out of the chairs.
No. See, if they're stacking the chairs, that's actually beneficial to us, because that's work that needs to be done at the end of a day anyway, to allow proper cleaning. So what we need to settle here is, how do we compensate them for their labor? You can't exactly pay a ghost, but there must be something that they need. Can we acquire ectoplasm?
Isn't that from the ghosts?
We could give them more of it. They could make more ghosts.
But
I thought
that's not how the
Aramel just
ghosts
said making
work.
more ghosts was bad.
It kind of
Yeah,
is.
it's usually called murder.
We could,
Typically, it's not good.
in the event that anybody in the village has a pet that is getting old and dies, we could find a way to
Make it a
bring the
ghost by
ghost
killing
to-
it.
not killing it necessarily, but just ensuring that the spirit is able to remain here, so that then the children could have a ghost pet.
You want to enslave the spirit of a pet? It is horrible.
Does it come back like young, or will it be like an old ghost pet? Because
Well, it would probably
I mean,
come
a
back.
kitten
I mean,
would be a lot more fun than like an ancient elderly cat, at least for children. I mean, adults generally. I mean, the elderly cats are nice to stroke and pet,
Funnily,
and I guess a ghost cat would be extra soft.
none of these questions came up during apologetics while I was studying to be a priest.
well, it's like
Well, why
I mean,
didn't you
if
ask
it-
them?
if it
Because frankly, they didn't
Sort of
occur
an-
to me until this very moment.
right, it's kind of an insane it's kind of like an insane question. If it dies of old age, why would it become a ghost? We would have to kill it.
I believe spirits
I
typically remain.
thought ex Wandleberg died kind of old age. Anyway,
I believe that spirits typically remain in this world when they have unfinished business. So if we are able to get the animal to recognize that the ghosts are here while it is alive and to not be scared of them, then it might have unfinished business of remaining to keep them company until their own unfinished business is resolved.
So we need
right.
to
So we
adopt
need
a
cats
ghost.
because cats can see
No, we-
ghosts.
We need to adopt a pet. Are we like talking about stealing somebody else's pet and shanghaiing it into a relationship with these ghosts? Or
Oh no! This is my
how do we-
excuse to
like,
get
what
a
is
kitten
happening
clutch
right now?
at tavern. Okay, I want to get a whole cat clutter here, and then we can just have the eternal cats here. This is my goal.
I mean, this is an office, not a.
This is a tavern, and cats
Right.
are very good for keeping down rat populations, etc.
Hey. I know plenty
bird
of
populations.
I know plenty of loose dogs and cats in Geneva.
So,
Cats do not like long cart rides.
Sounds like a dog then.
you
We will acquire a tortoise.
That will take. Okay, that thing won't die of old age until
Guys,
long
guys,
after the
guys.
ghosts have moved on.
Then it will have had a very long time to have grown attached to them.
Did we lose somebody?
Yeah, Chris, I think his Discord crashed.
Oh.
All right.
well, hopefully he'll pop back in.
He's back.
I'm right here.
Oh, good. There we go. Perfect.
Sorry about that.
Before you have some time passes as you prepare to head to Geneva.
For this tortoise, right?
Yes, and the jobs that Dodd got you.
Oh. No, I'm doing for the tortoise.
Fair.
Nah.
The franchise improves over that time. Tip and Top finished the expansion. You gain a number of employees, as I had informed you. The franchise fees increased to 180 gold per month, which is easily covered by what you've gathered from the initial jobs, as well as giving you enough money to distribute amongst the group of you so that you have some cash on hand if you can pry it away from Long Paws.
Please
You just have to tell me how we pay.
split it evenly.
Okay, split all of it. Split what of it? I mean, we have to pay our other employees and stuff too.
Yeah, the monthly cost is included. It includes all of that. So it costs you 180 gold per month.
Wow,
To run
our
the
people
franchise.
work cheap.
An unskilled hireling costs like silver per day, and a skilled hireling costs a gold per day. So, yes, your people work cheap compared to all of you. But they don't go out and do dangerous missions that could get them killed. They sit in a tavern and take care of a tavern.
It's called hazard pay.
Have you seen the taverns that some adventurers go to? Those things are... Being a worker there is not safe. Not safe at all.
Also true. But
It's
that's
also probably why there are 4 people employed in the construction trade, because many of the taverns in Oregon seem to get destroyed on a fairly regular basis.
True,
It's also
that
a-
would explain that.
it's also a good reason to leave the shield guardian at the tavern as the bouncer.
Yeah, sadly, he doesn't work very well when Pippin's not there.
Did we settle on a paint job for the Shield Guardian? Was it going to be magenta?
I don't know.
Red. It's gonna be red, so that he's faster.
Oh yeah, black with motorcycle flames.
Yeah, that's
Gives
right.
him a +5 to speed.
To movement speed.
You are your job related issued equipment increases to rank 2 as well, and you are issued an extra dimensional wagon whose spectral driver can teleport the wagon short distances as long as nobody but the franchise is looking at it.
Okay, but can the spectral driver just be the father or mother of the family of ghosts?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We don't want the kids driving? Oh, we're not quite that insane?
A seemingly simple wagon drawn by Biscuit or Dog. The wagon's driver can cause the wagon to teleport the distance of a day's journey, targeting a known location over the course of 1 or more extra-dimensional jumps. Such teleportation is usually done when no one is looking, to avoid arousing suspicion or frightening the locals. Though the wagon eventually arrives at the intent destination, the intervening stop-off points are unknown, and quite possibly perilous. All this
Sounds
to
perfectly
say,
normal.
Does the ghost driver have a name? Can it be Kurt?
it can be Kurt. Kurt the ghost driver. And so, you gather your new extra-dimensional wagon, the supplies necessary to travel, and you head out towards Geneva to discover other possibilities on the horizon. And we will end Artifact Recovery Corporation as they ride off into the sunset and into their next job. This has been Arc. We hope you've enjoyed us playing, watching as we get into some shenanigans. I hope that you have all enjoyed playing, and I am sorry to say that this is the end for now. Maybe we'll revisit all of you someday. But for now, we say goodbye for the
from
last
Bernard.
time. Aw, Bernard. I want to do favorite moments, but not just from today. Let me see something.
If you haven't, now is definitely the time to turn on the Beatles song that Pat has linked in Arc General.
I can't.
No, you don't know, but
Other
can
people, so we can cry properly.
I'm gonna invite Bowie to join us
Oh.
for campaign.
Oh, so we want to cry properly.
For
Thanks, that's
favorite
great.
moments from the entire campaign. So
man.
he's gonna take over. You're in the DM chair, and you're also muted.
I'm the DM chair.
Oh, there you go. You're not. All right.
I'm just DM the Mark Light now. From now on, that's just who I am. Let's be honest. Yeah. Hey everybody.
hey,
Hi.
Hey, you beautiful people. How y'all doing?
I'm good.
Oh,
We killed Bernard.
You didn't kill him. I mean, he is very definitely dead, not undead now, which is probably a good thing.
Yes, but I'm pretty sure that means we killed him.
No, we didn't kill him. We invoked the power of 9 deities, and one of them killed him. And so, like, because we don't know which one did it,
Think
we're
about it
not
this way: if he's in Shoal, right? If he's in Shoal, he is conversing with Thondra, which is a good thing because Thondra's not exactly a fan of liches, but he's not a lich anymore, so that's good, right? Like that's a thing.
But he was only a semi-lich.
Yeah. All dogs go to heaven.
Again, a relevant thing. The depiction of Thondra is that it's a woman in like a midnight blue robe carrying a lantern, and the lantern is made out of the skull of a former demi-lich.
Mm-hmm.
She is not big on undead.
No.
Correct.
Uh-oh. Oh, did we lose Chris again?
I don't know. Did we?
He is not in here.
Yeah, he...
He looks like he's dropped. He'll probably be back in a sec.
But
his net has been all over the place. There it is.
So
We're gonna do some favorite moments from the entire campaign.
Jesus,
instead of
are you
just
sure
for
you?
today.
Sorry
Y'all-
about that.
Can y'all handle that? Like, we emotionally ready for that?
No, there's gonna be serious tears right now.
For what?
We're gonna do favorite moments from the entire campaign.
So
Oh, okay.
let's lead in. Favorite moment from this campaign. There is an alternate reality version of this campaign where instead of Ace, we ended up with the Kobold Dragonborn sorcerer.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And the entire first arc ends up completely different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn.
There is and instead of having a guy who flakes, like 7 sessions into the game, we end up with Ethan, who is still around today, ostensibly, right? I give him shit every once in a while, but and in that universe, Bowie, Longpaws, Pippin, and Aramil do not meet Grask and Leopold, right?
That's a possibility. Yeah.
Like, it is a fundamental, like, what if, right, for the entirety of the arc campaign, that I think drastically changes the dynamic of what arc fundamentally became with the departure of Ace. And I think that's an interesting thought experiment, right? Because we were the people who were cleaning the office space on episode 1. So
if you want another interesting alternate reality take, the character I originally applied for, so like if I had been present from episode 1, was a war cleric. War wizard, war cleric. So the idea of Bowie, this like ultimate pacifist, encountering someone who's like, yeah, I follow Morrigan, I believe in war.
Shit happens.
Could have been interesting.
Yeah. I think it's just it's an interesting thought experiment to think of, like, how defining those first couple sessions were for the campaign, and then to think with just a very, very minor change that occurred at the absolute last minute, basically, that could have just, you make a little change here, right? And we're now way over here. And it's like a profound thought of before this game even starts, right? So favorite moment, the timeline we're in, I guess. I don't know.
As a point, I want to say that I feel like this is one of the few games that have come to an end that has ended on a high instead of a low.
Yeah. Probably the only one, actually. The the old Friday game kind of ended on a high. It ended narratively,
It
right?
ended narratively.
But it did not end on a high, right?
Yes.
Company of Fools TPK'd, and we're dealing with that. We're dealing with some of the fallout of that. Like we literally dealt with some of the fallout of that last night.
Yep.
Road to
This
Nowhere
morning, too. We dealt with some
Road
of
to
the fallout
Nowhere
for that.
literally went nowhere.
It
It fulfilled its job then.
It ended at a narratively appropriate moment, but
on a low,
on a
on
low.
a real bad low.
On a low, unfortunately. It did kind of the story started to taper off, unfortunately, and so did my availability to devote time to that game. So it kind of ended on an unfortunate note. Whereas I feel like this game has come to a narratively satisfying end where like the team is still together. They're still riding off to go and do interesting things. Bowie is off in
that's the
Feywild.
whole thing.
Like,
Bowie got what he wanted, which was to make friends and to be with his girlfriend. And the rest of Ark got what they wanted. They got money and like normal 9-to-5 jobs that pay well, right? Like Aramil's gonna hopefully be able to like
normal 9-to-5 jobs.
Pippin got acknowledged as a artificer by Sylvia Nickel-Key Cutter. Leopold was able to help transition Bernard and kind of hopefully help this family of ghosts. And is headed back to Geneva. Aramil's headed back to Geneva. Longpaws has a stockpile of books that she has stolen from various locations.
It'll take her like 2 weeks to read them.
And Grask is now a high priest of Morgan, according to him.
He's got 62 wins. That's something.
Yeah, he's got 62. He's got 62 wins. He's the new high priest of Morgan. Nobody has corrected him, so he's just gonna roll with it.
A long pause, isn't she? Knows nothing about this guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think there have been some real like this game ended on a high. Like this game not only ended where it needed to, where it's like, and that it's the end of the Lord of the Rings, right? Where the ring has been cast into Mordor, the initial quest is over, and yes, there are some things that didn't go the way they had have liked, right? But Aramil is, or not Aramil. Well, I mean, Aramil could be sailing off towards the Promised Land. We don't really know, but but Frodo is headed towards the Promised Land, and we just get and ... for everything else, right? Like, it's up to the reader to imagine what happens to Aragorn, what happens to Legolas, Gimli, like, do the heroes ... and that's the question, right?
And Pippin.
Right.
Yeah, Ark have very Merry and Pippin energy about them. Whereas
So, we'll go through this. I'm gonna go from the. Let's just start there. Start from the top and head around the circle here. So, Pat, go ahead and tell me your favorite moment for your character and your favorite moment from the campaign as a whole.
I think my favorite character moment were those quiet moments alone with Pippin, right? There was one very early on in the beginning where Bowie comes to Pippin and says, like, we shouldn't have killed all those kobolds. They were people. Right? Like, and that kind of continued to set the tone for the game. And Bowie and Pippin continued to have these pretty serious conversations through the rest of the game. We talked about, like, what does a name mean, right? Does your name define who you are, right? Which was kind of a fundamental tension for Pippin the character, right? And those moments were probably some of my favorite in the entirety of the game, There's one where we are standing in the nickel key cutter cabin, and Pippin is mad at Bowie, and I'm like, I just apologize. Like, I think it was literally, I'm sorry, Pippin. Like, that was literally just all he said. And you could see the look on Gage's face. It was like, oh, that was mean. Like, so as far as like over the course of the campaign, I would say that's probably my favorite like thread. It kind of started at the beginning and rode along with us until the very end, and then we're in the Feywilds, and Pippin says something to Bowie along the lines of like, "Hey, you're my friend. I won't forget this." And like that's where it ends, right? Bowie has been wanting to be friends with people for so long, and he gets that validation from a guy who, like, we argued over ethics. We argued over like, is the money important, right? Is doing the right thing the important thing? And that kind of, to me, sticks out as like the high point of the campaign, because it means that two characters bounced off of each other and formed a symbiosis of like a conclusion, basically, which it indicated meaningful development on both characters' part. As far as my favorite character moment, I really liked the interaction with the last interaction we had with Rack, because it was Bowie admitting, I don't want to hurt you, but if you keep trying to hurt my friends, I'm going to have to hurt you. And I don't want to do this, so please don't make me. And it was a side of Bowie that, like, didn't come out all that often, of, like, if you fuck with my friends, I will fuck you over. Like, I'm just here to have a good time. Why do you have to make me have a bad time? Like...
I came here to have a good time, and I'm honestly feeling so attacked right now.
Right, like, but yeah, I think that's where I'll leave it, as far as like the campaign as a whole and my favorite character moments.
I'm sorry, I just love the contrast between, if that's Bowie's quote, then Grask, it's almost the opposite. I came here to attack people, and I'm honestly having such a good time right now.
Yeah.
What about for the rest of you? Favorite moments with Bowie throughout the campaign?
Well, that's kind of easy for Long Paws and me. Mayor.
Giant cat.
He did the whole pretty ceremony thing, and this beautiful kitty cat came out of it.
Mm-hmm.
That was cool.
Months of planning. I will tell you, I planned from this. We were still in. I think we were still in Wumbleberg's lair at the time. And I said to Mark, I was like, I have this crazy idea. I can't cast this spell yet, but I will be able to soon, and this will be cool. And Mark was just like, okay. That's why you collaborate with your DM, kids. That's why you come up with plans with your DM.
I think I've said it before, but I love the energy that Bowie as a character brought to a campaign that's premise is basically go into dungeons and steal stuff that's valuable and bring it back and sell it and make money, and just do that on a loop until you're super rich and you get everything that you want. And that, like, everybody else showed up with a character concept that was like somewhat baked in the idea of like, I need money for X.
Mm-hmm. I believe the term is primarily self-financially motivated.
And just the because Bowie approached it more from a perspective of like, I want to make friends, I want to do good in the world, I want to question the ethics of the central premise of like obtaining powerful artifacts and selling them off to the highest bidder, with like, can we trust this person with a wand of wishes? If they do bad things with it, does that mean that we are culpable? Is it better for us to expend the wish on something relatively frivolous and then just turn in the expended wand? And like, we wrapped up with Randolph, and he was so like trying to prove this point of like, I know you were worrying that I was shady and that you can't trust me, and I just want to reassure you I'm not going to use it for any reason. And it was because Bowie had like raised that level of like just questioning the morality of like, why would somebody want this? It's a book about like the infernal hierarchies that was written by this arch wizard. Why does this guy want it?
I mean, yeah, there's think about it this way, right? In contrast to that alternate reality where we ended up with Ko, the Dragonborn, right? There's that alternate reality where we turned the wand in to the Baron of
Baroness
Deerbluff, and she fucking wishes her 2 kids away, right? Like,
That would have been interesting and odd.
or horrible, because we don't like none of the players. I don't even think David and I know who her kids even are, right? We don't know who they are in the world. We don't know what they do, right? Like, sure, they could be real dicks, right? But she was herself younger. Her kids disappear. What happens to the world, right? Like, maybe it's better that we just accidentally changed Pippin's last name. Accidentally on purpose changed Pippin's last name.
No, I think the important question is, did we change his first name, or has he just always been ashamed of it for some reason?
I'll explain that when it's my turn.
Yeah.
You're good.
I mean, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Bowie was the cool older brother that Aramil never had, and didn't know he needed, and was glad to have had time with one.
That was the intent of the character. You got to meet my dickhead older brother, who was not what you want for an older brother, who talks down to you and is the more popular, more athletic, cooler kid, and then you realize, wow, that guy's kind of a dick.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, yeah. Plot beat, well established. Yeah. I know, dude.
My favorite Bowie moment from the campaign is hard to pin down. I think honestly, it comes from the background, the behind the scenes, to be fair, because the thing that was awesome about Bowie is that Pat would regularly come to me and say, hey, I have this idea for engaging with this particular character in this way with Bowie. What do you think about that? And how do we make that work? Because I want to have this conversation with Aramil, or I want to have this conversation with Pippin, or I want to give the very last act of Bowie's very last act was Pat coming to me and saying, hey, before I leave the campaign, can I teach Longpaws how to cast Find Steed so that she can keep Mare? That is the legacy of Bowie. Bowie, the thing that I will never... my favorite thing about Bowie, my favorite Bowie moment, is honestly just the continuous forethought of what can I do to make the other players at the table have more fun. And that, I think, is something that stands out to me. So yeah.
It is probably the hardest thing I have ever done to try to play a dumb character, if that makes any sense. Like, I worked harder to play a character as like Bowie than I have to play a character like John. John is easy. I just think like a normal person. Right? Bowie is very difficult. is unbelievably difficult.
I remember early on in the campaign, we were on a Discord call. You were on my phone. I had you on my phone, and I was folding laundry.
Yep.
And I remember having a conversation very early in the campaign where you were like, I don't know how to play Bowie. I think this was a mistake. I can't do it right. It is too difficult.
It wasn't. It is. It was, again, it was probably the hardest character I've ever played, point blank.
I said, you are getting in your own way. You are thinking too hard about what Bowie is supposed to be doing.
Yep.
Stop getting in your own way. Stop thinking so hard. And just have fun with the character. And that seemed to... The next week, you started thinking in that way of like, hey, I want to do this with Bowie and give this person this. Or have this conversation with this character. Yep. And it was... You stopped thinking about, how do I mechanically contribute to the party with an intelligence that is like this? And started thinking of, how can I contribute to the party in ways that help them have fun?
Yep. How do you become the heart of the party, basically?
Yep. I think you ripped it out.
Gage, tell me your favorite Pippin moment, and tell me your favorite moment from the entire campaign.
From this game, I really liked the ceremony when Pippin called out Davidian. And also told the rest of the party his real name. Pippin's name is Deckard, not Pippin. And the too long didn't read version of his backstory is he ran away from home in order to prove to his parents that he wasn't as bad as an alchemist as his grandfather. That's after the wish considered.
Pre-wish. It was not that. But I will tell you, one of the amazing things is how well Wundelberg and the Wish was able to meld with Pippin's original backstory. It worked. It worked so incredibly well, and none of you have any idea that it did, except for me and Gage.
So what was the original Pippin? Original Pippin, like
that's the thing. Go ahead.
Good.
My original Pippin? Oh gosh.
Because this would have been like session 3 or 4 at this point, right? Like, Pippin is not even a really, like, those first couple sessions for anybody they should never count. Like, you should never hold somebody's like first 2-3 sessions against them, because you are still like, you have ideas about what a character is, but until that character hits the table, you have no fucking clue.
Yeah, which I thought I was fully I thought I fully had Pippin thought out.
Yeah.
Until the wish happened, and I was like, oh this is amazing. But my original story was I kind of happened upon Ark at a chance. I was on the run from the Merchants Guild in Riverdam Raft.
Yeah, that tracks.
Which that's what
okay,
I changed my name for. So. Yeah.
So Pippin, Pippin, you submitted the character as Pippin Slacks. Okay.
Yeah.
But that was not his real name. His real name was Deckard Quartz Shaper.
Okay.
So he had a false identity already. So when you cast the spell and changed his name to Wundelberg, and Wundelberg was a huge asshole, like, it gave this whole other layer to why Pippin Slacks wasn't really Pippin Slacks.
Okay, that makes sense.
Wow.
That's funny as fuck.
And like my favorite campaign moment is definitely the wish. Firstly, because this is the first time I've ever seen a wish spell being used. Secondly, because it did add so much depth to my own character, and it was definitely like a wow moment.
Yeah. Some next level shit's possible. Like,
when a DM gives a wish spell to a 3rd level party.
Yeah, like there are some characters I think that would like have a hankering or a hard-on for a wish spell right about now in Orden. Not gonna lie. Maybe should have kept the wand and like sold it to the highest bidder, or maybe the lowest bidder. That'd probably be the most arc thing. Like golf score rules, right, guys? And just sold to like some dude in Twilight Hill for like 3
No,
silver
we
and like
would've-
4.5 copper. It's literally like a copper but it's got a hole drilled in it, or it's been shaved. It's a copper that's been shaved down.
But what happened is we would have
turned it
set it up.
over in a thing of bigger and or better.
No, we'd have set up this big auction. We'd be at the town doing the auction just to find out that Bowie gave it away to a child or some shit,
I mean,
and then have to
traded
track
out.
down the and then have to track down the little kid just to find out that he's now like, I don't know.
He wished for an eternal
last
fountain of chocolate
Vicarian.
milk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and
Just to
then
find out he's like
we all
Pippin D.
roll with
Wonderberg.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
now he's Pippin D. Wonderberg.
now he's whatever the fuck guy that Pippin was supposed to be.
I'm sorry, but I'm just picturing it with that scene happens in like the Arc Saturday morning cartoon, where it's just like, okay, well then I guess we put the Fountain of Eternal Chocolate Milk up for auction, and there's like a beat of silence, and then people just immediately start bidding on it.
Wait, like you can literally hear somebody from the back, like, you mean like a turtle? Like, and then the bidding just goes.
What about other people favorite Pippin moments from the campaign?
Definitely the relationship Pippin has with Bubbles, and the use of spells as deadly kitchen utensils and cookware, and just the great things that can come when you're an artificer. And the book literally says, flavor your spells like gadgets. I love how Pippin watches over Bubbles like she's his kid, because she may as well be, really. And
I'm sorry.
Bubbles, who can fly and speak muscles, is great. Just, yeah. Pippin doing artificer things is probably some of my favorite stuff. And also the moment where he tried to do a Paul Revere midnight ride to Woodhaven to try and go get Aramil.
It was rather cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up because the scene that came to my mind was the first episode with Grass and Leopold being with the party, and that we had a moment of like just stopping, camping on the road, having watch for the night, and that Leopold and Pippin had like the last watch right as dawn was breaking, and Leopold was like, I can make pine tea, we can sit there, and Pippin was just like using Bubbles to make it taste like peanut butter, and just explaining a little bit about like I'm the leader here, and giving like the rundown on everybody, because it was like right in the aftermath of Pippin having been like left behind at Wombleberg's workshop while the rest of the group went to Woodhaven, coming back and finding out like, you left Aramil there, what are you doing? No. And like going tearing off after him. It's like that protective instinct to be like the leader of the group, and just tracking that journey of Pippin having like moments of self-doubt because people weren't like listening to him and doing what he wanted, and just seeing him like navigate his way around like actually like leading people and being like a manager of people, and that being something that's tricky at times because you need to like figure out what specific approach you should take with the people under your care, because you have to treat them all as individuals. And so sometimes he was trying stuff early on and it was just like, nope, we're going to go running the opposite direction.
Yep.
My favorite Pippin moment was probably the use of Bubbles in the Warforged heart transplant.
Which the fact that
in the
Sentry smells like peanut butter faintly has come up already.
Yeah.
Help wanted.
It already has. It's pretty great.
Yes.
Also,
Well, I mean, right
just,
now he smells like a freshly baked peanut butter pie. So
Oh, he's gonna get
probably he's honestly one of the less crispy members of Help Wanted right now.
But that's on a scale of like blackened and charred to extra crispy.
you're not single digit
Anyway.
hit points, so
No, he's at 2/3. He's at a little over a third of his hit points right now.
Jesus.
That aside from that, no, I'd heard from a lot of people, other people I talked to, that the Alchemist is not a good subclass, and I gotta tell you, Pippin totally crushed it. He made like every single session where like mechanically he could take advantage of his Alchemist abilities, it happened. And typically to great effect. Like,
oh no, Alchemist is terrible. So is Oath of the Ancients. Like, that was part of the charm of Arc.
No,
right?
but
like...
what I was saying is that, like, Pippin made it work.
Yeah.
We were never like riding enlarging Grask and riding him in the battle like a minotaur. Basically, let's see.
Wait. Better.
Those potions of swiftness during the fight with all those trolls, or not? Yeah, with the fight with all the trolls.
Yep.
And just like being completely in control. Those clutch flaming spheres, like every. It was good. It was damn good gameplay.
I have to ask, where did you find the artwork for your homunculus? Did you draw that?
drew it.
That is amazing. I have to say, I didn't know that you
Thank
drew
you.
that. I thought that you did, but I didn't know for sure. It is amazing.
All the bubbles are he's drawn since the very beginning of the campaign. He actually had original character art for Pippin, and then he was like, "I don't like it," and he just was like, "I'm done."
But
the art I found works so good though.
Yeah.
But the bubbles, the fact that he's named Bubbles Bane of Trolls, and the artwork for it are so fantastic. I love every second of it.
I remember the moment where he reduced himself to ride Bubbles around that one fight.
That was adorable.
And it was right after Aramel like tried to leap into the way to save him, and then immediately got taken out. Just like,
And like right before that, I said I calculated this just so. As a DM, you hate to hear that, but.
Yeah. Oh man, that was good stuff.
And also, the original purpose for Bubbles, the Bane of Trolls, was literally like, okay, Pippin has only ever made stuff that heals. He's gonna try something destructive this time, and that's my one regret with Pippin is I didn't go deep into enough involving Bubbles. But
yeah, you did a good job. There's legitimately the only person I think that plays a familiar on the same level is Mark.
Scarlet.
In
The Dance with Piosa.
Yep. And now a store too. She ropes a store to that shit all the time.
She
now
does.
Too.
She mentions a store more than you do, and it's stores
Correct.
you're more familiar.
Correct.
But yeah, you mentioned Bubbles at least once a session, and describe what Bubbles is doing, or what you're doing with Bubbles, and every one of your spells that is flavored, and every one of your potions, elixirs, is flavored like peanut butter. But it's flavored with Bubbles, right? Like, so yeah. It's one of the dots of the campaign.
Yeah. Will Pippin ... Like,
Will Bubbles devour the Feywild?
And I will tell you that the character sheet, that the character that Gage submitted to me was Pippin Slacks and Bubbles. That is what the title
Yes.
of the character sheet was. Bubbles was always a part of the character.
I'm sorry, but now I'm just picturing that Titania of the Summer Court looks like Denise Crosby. Because the episode The Skin of Evil with Armus. The big, like, just blob of black pudding that kills her.
Oh no.
Any other favorite Pippin moments?
I knew very early on. This is more of a Gage thing than a Pippin thing. I knew very early on that Gage was going to work in the game. Matt Colville has a really wonderful video on the many different types of players, and I hope I don't overstep my bounds in saying this, Gage, but you were very much more an audience member until you're not, and it's those moments where you are not that are very impactful. They're the only player in any of Mark's games I've seen that really exuberated this trait. Is probably Brad from the old Road to Nowhere campaign, where you didn't need a lot of them on screen to know what their characters' motivations or feelings were. So yeah, it's good.
Thank you. I really like playing the quote unquote support role, even in role playing. So
Yeah, it's fair.
Well, support is where you come out. Is where you really show off your mastermind, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, for real, like a well placed slow, accurate use or effective use of flaming spear, stuff like that. Oh man, absolutely. They don't have to deal a lot of damage to make everything. Like, the objective is to get your damage dealers where they need to be, right?
David, what is your favorite Leopold moment from the campaign and your favorite moment from the campaign overall?
I think my favorite Leopold moment was the confrontation with Rack at the tavern in Dragon Guard Keep. Just for how much it got across that, like, Leopold's not like a goody cleric. It's way more on like the lawful side of like, I have a structure, I have a system, I have something that helps me to understand the world, but it's not necessarily tied to like a strong concept of morality. And the use of the zone of truth paired with a lot of like verbal trickery and sort of sparring was sort of playing into that notion of like, I'm the documancer. My job is to find loopholes in contracts, and so part of that can translate into having like verbal running rings around people, and that was like not something I had a concept was going to be part of the character, like the character pitch or during like the character creation process. Like all the stuff in Leopold's backstory about having been petrified, that was like the thing I built the character around. But it was more something that like grew and developed from the early sessions of this idea of like, well, we have to pick a franchise role. Documents and makes a lot of sense.
To
and
that
just being
end,
able to lean into that more.
I just realized something. Did Bowie and Leopold put on an anti-bullying PSA by being bullies? Like,
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh God.
And then my favorite moment from the game overall is still just that initial interaction with Rack. For how much it set like the weird Saturday morning cartoon tone that the game continued to have. It was like getting to apply to play in the game. I was really excited to like come into this game because it just had such a different tone than all the other games that Mark was running.
Mhm.
And so again, it was just just a really silly, fun thing that ended up happening, and the fact that it just turned, it's like, okay, it's Team Racket. This group of useless idiots that are trying to like bully you into giving up the goods, and it's like, no, we'll just fight you.
It's not even that. I mean, I think to that end, this game kind of provided like that little like push or that little spark, right? Help Wanted has really, really good like subdued arc mid-season vibes where you have Kolok's Crushers, right? Who it's just Kolok, Talus, and Nethi, right? Versus the elf trio, right, of Rena, Merrick, and Vespasian, and it's like it is very mid-season arc vibes where it's just like it's like you could use the Who's line is it anyway, where the jokes never end and the points don't count. Like that's Help Wanted on some of their best sessions, right? Like these people literally got Vespasian fixed at a fucking temple to Robin by getting him stabbed with a prop knife. Like, so I definitely feel like that different tone and wanting to be a part of that, David. And I have appreciated your energy and input into building Arc into what it ended up becoming. It was good. It was good.
Yeah. My favorite Leopold moment is definitely the multiple Religion 101 discussions he had with Aramil. Hands down.
I really enjoyed the when we were fighting the basilisks and they were eliminated in less than one round of combat, and we got to play out Leopold's reaction, and like you really put thought into exactly what that means, even though it was like you like through the course of like such a short combat you had to think about what that meant for Leopold, and I thought that was really cool.
That is if I can praise David the player, that is something that David the player is extremely good at. Virtually every character he's played in any of Mark's games. I mean, even ones you had with Rick's game. The texture of a character coming out is always really good. Like we have a pretty firm understanding of who Angus is as a person, right? And that might not always be clear, but we have a firm understanding of who this is. Like Angus is a pirate, and you might not immediately consider what being a pirate really fucking means. But like, you don't just buckle swashes and sometimes you tie a dude to a mainsail and cut his guts out, like. But like. When David is playing a character on screen, it's the texture is always there, and it's something that he is very good at. So yeah.
It's something similar to something that Gage brought up about Pippin telling Bowie and Leopold, "No, we're not going to the vault," and the fact that part of the reason he made that decision was that it was a more interesting choice that made sense in character. And that's like a lot of what I try to do as well, is like what makes the story interesting, what makes sense for my character. So I'm not doing something that's like completely out of line, but that is gonna either provide something that somebody else can feed off of and create an interesting scene, or is going to tell the audience like a little bit more about like the character I'm playing.
I always loved your panic attacks. They were just so well done.
David, you know that I would have you play in every game if I could. it's hard to pick a favorite Leo moment, to be honest. I think the one that stands out to me is the first time that you referenced Leo's past in character before it had been revealed that he had been a statue. There was a scene where you had that 1,000-yard stare very early on in your character's like first couple of sessions with the party, and that stands out to me.
After the demon fight.
Yes.
That's when it was.
Mm-hmm. It just stands out to me. As just this moment where, even in a campaign that's so humorous and lighthearted, you are able to bake in these moments that do not break the holy shit.
Welcome, Nat.
We just got raided with a party
By
of 62
people.
people.
Well,
Jesus.
you are watching the wrap up of the Artifact
I love
Recovery
this.
Corporation.
Yeah.
So welcome, Nat.
Thank you for the raid.
Yeah.
Thanks, Initiative League. Hey, guys. Welcome
Hey, guys.
in. I'm assuming that this has been a cascade of raids that have happened, which is amazing. We'll let you know. This was our last adventure of Artifact Recovery Corporation, the game that we're playing, that we've been playing on Tuesday evenings. We have the other videos up on YouTube and in the VODs, but this was our last session. We are doing some favorite moments from throughout the campaign. Follow us, watch. We have other campaigns that are going on. Geekly, awesome. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the raid on raids. That's amazing. We would love for you to go back and watch some of what's going on. Hopefully you'll hear about what we've done in this campaign and hear about some of these characters, and you will fall in love with the type of role-playing that we do here, and maybe watch some of the videos that we have. We have 2 other campaigns that are going to be continuing. Actually, 3 other campaigns that are going to be continuing. So please, maybe follow, maybe check out our YouTube channel and subscribe there and see what you like. But we are overwhelmed by 62 people rating our channel. I am just I am just completely blown away. If you are not a part of our Discord, please join our Discord. We have lots of stuff going on over there as well. We have some art contests going on. We're giving away like Hero Forge minis and dice. We are we just love the community, and this is amazing. I don't even know what else to say. You guys, thanks for the raid. Seriously, thank you for the raid. That's amazing. Look at all the emojis.
Yeah.
As I was saying, David, you just, even in a campaign that is as lighthearted and fun as this campaign was, as goofy as it was, like you are able to share these moments that are deep and that are meaningful for your character, that harken back to their backstory and also connect it to the present and what's going on in the adventure, and yet not break the spirit of the game, but lean into it. And so that moment stands out for me as an example of that moment, where you got that first 1,000-yard stare, and we first got a glimpse into there's more to Leopold than meets the eye, and it just stands out to me as one of those moments that speak to your role-playing chops. It has been a pleasure to have Leopold and you in this campaign, I have to say. Tig, why don't you tell us about your favorite long pause moment from the campaign and your favorite overall moment from the campaign? Although
I want to start. I want to start with after she's done, though. She can go first, but I want to start after she's done.
Okay.
Well, in from today, it's kind of fun to torment Leo a little bit by asking questions. But you know, or just, you know, it's nice to be a horde person who gets to hoard. But from the whole campaign, might have been pelting my teammates with snowballs.
Nice.
Because nothing's more fun than getting to do a little player-on-player action where there's no consequences. Aside from a rather cold chest for some players.
This is something that I have been anxiously awaiting saying since Bowie has left the campaign. I have been kind of hoping for this wrap-up session, that I would be a part of it. This has very little to do with Long Pause and very much more to do with Christy, the player, Tig, the player. Christy, it has been a sincere pleasure, a real, genuine pleasure watching you grow and develop as a player over the course of this campaign. If you go watch Arc Episode 1, Tig is this shy little girl in a call full of boys who says very little and minds her P's and Q's and doesn't really get involved and just says as little as possible to just sit back. And by the end of the campaign, your presence in the group was both felt, mattered, and was appreciated. And the moments we got to watch with Long Pause on screen were really, really good by the end of the campaign, because you had your safe space with Mare, but you also had built relationships with the other players at the table. And it has been such a huge pleasure and such a huge growth point for both me as a player and collaborating with Mark and getting to play with you and seeing you come out of that shell, that I hope, the love of God, you take the lessons learned from this game and take them with you, not just any other tables you play with, but for the rest of your life, because your opinions matter and people like you and people want to hear what you have to say.
Oh, no. That's not the way social anxiety works. You see, you're comfy now, then you find a new group and you have to go back into the shell.
Sure.
Might crack a little quicker next time, but...
That's fine. But I as a person, this is not a Long Pause moment for me. I mean, it is a Long Pause moment for me, but it's not.
It's both.
It is you. I have really solemnly appreciated playing with you, because seeing you develop as a person at the table has been one of the most fucking satisfying things out of all of the games that I've played in. I don't care what anybody says. I will fucking shank a motherfucker. I don't care.
I will say that once the pandemic is over, you both live about an hour from me, as well as a couple of other players out there. We are getting together with the players from Pennsylvania who live an hour from me, and we are going to play at a table in person at some point. It is going to
I'm gonna hug you, Christy. There's nothing you can do to stop me. Your social anxiety be damned.
Oh, no. I can argue. Arguing is fun.
We are Christy and myself are in the Lancaster area of
and I'm
Pennsylvania.
from Bedford, basically.
But yeah,
I will fly my ass out there.
I've got a spare
Lundy.
bedroom, Gage. Come hang out. It'll be cool. You too.
What's up?
I've never been on a plane.
Nice. Initiative Leagues in
Damn.
Newark, Delaware.
Yeah.
Trains are more fun.
Yeah,
I
we
live
know
in
you're from
Wyoming.
we know you're from Bumblefuck, PA.
So?
Andy. PA represent hard. It's gonna like
PA is heavily represented in the server by complete accident.
By
I might
complete
add, as a heads
accident,
up.
Well,
There,
I mean, I
Alex,
found the place through Farber Co. So
Yeah,
you-
but like Lundy and Emmy did not. Neither did I. Like,
Alex, I think we calculated. I think you're only like an hour from me, maybe an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna end up having Emmy, Lundy, you, and the two of you, like at my house sometime and playing D&D. So yeah.
It's gonna be awesome.
Other long pause moments from the campaign overall.
There was
one
a
of the
moment.
things-
Go ahead.
No, it's fine. You first.
There's a very small moment very early on in the campaign. I think it was when we were done with Wonderburg's place, and the party goes back to the opening soon to rest. And Long Pause takes a break from that and goes off in the woods somewhere and like builds like a tiny little shrine, like just for herself and all that. And I thought that was very charming.
yeah, she put a fort in the woods. It's called
Yeah.
Fort Kickass, and you have no authority there.
I just needed some me time.
Hmm.
It's not going to go with all the guys to the bathhouse, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm so glad I play with Pippin on Saturdays because I will never tire of his evil villain chuckle. It's so satisfying. That one.
Go
One
ahead,
of the things
David.
that I always really liked about Long Pause as a character is that she took her franchise role as Hordes person seriously from the get-go and was really good about always reincorporating that into okay, what is Long Pause doing? Well, what would the Hordes person of the Arc franchise be doing? And that's finding where the stuff is and putting it in the bag to haul back to base to sell.
Not
So I have a really distinct memory of when you found the machine that makes all the potions in Wobblebird's lab. And it was just okay, well, experiment a bit and figure out what they do, and then just load up on healing potions, because those are going to be handy.
Tell me, are you still carrying around the 10 healing potions? Because I don't think anybody ever used them.
Nope.
No, well, I think I divvied a. Nope, wait, that's my other campaign. Yeah, I'm still carrying those 10.
No, you handed out 2 to each of us before the Iron Scale Hydra fight.
Oh yes, you're right. I did hand out a couple before him, just because it. Actually, I think I specifically handed them to make sure they went to you because you were going to be getting up in his face.
Oh yeah, that's maybe. I don't remember the specifics, but I do remember that we did end up using a couple of them.
Well, I handed them out. I don't know that you actually used any.
I will say that I will piggyback off what David said, and also the great effect to which you used being the Hordes person to avoid interpersonal interaction with new people. The one that sticks out in my mind is when Ty showed up for the first time, and you busied yourself by investigating the trolls for trinkets in order to put them in your bag of hoarding.
Here's a fun little aside, right? Of the original 4 people, or 5 people from the campaign, right? The only person who doesn't know that Pippin Slacks ever existed is Long Pause. because she was out avoiding responsibility, basically, at going to see the cat at the map shop in Coil of Coil's Cartography.
Yep.
In Deer Bluff.
Yeah.
She was there. Annoying the shit out of the cat, or the tabaxi, at Coil's Cartography to avoid responsibility. So, of the original people, I think Ace wasn't there either. I don't think. I think he was
Ace was
he
with
ran
you
away.
guys.
He ran outside. Remember, he was like, I don't want to be a part of this.
But he was peeking in the window or something.
Yep, he was peeking in the window.
He was afraid it would
It was
backfire.
literally blow up. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was trying to get a safe distance.
But
But of the
I my job, I could not be responsible for the destruction of our property.
So I guess technically there are only 3 people in Oridon that know of the existence of Pippin's slacks.
Mm-hmm.
Pippin, Aramil, and Ace. And Bowie's in the Feywilds.
Yep. Yeah, long pause. That was
Doesn't
a long
know.
pause moment I forgot about, or not forgot about, but that vividly sticks out to me when I think about it. Is long pause sitting in the cartographer shop, literally just staring at a tabaxi for like an hour, and the tabaxi being like,
admiring a tabaxi.
"Why are you doing that? I am a person." Stop.
Yes, you're a beautiful person. You should be a model.
My favorite long pause moment was anytime she ever got like very business savvy with someone, with an NPC, and the NPC was like, "Hey, I'll give you some of this," and long pause was like, "So let's hash out the finer details of our contract."
Well, that was pre-Leo. Now Leo's around, he can do that stuff. Till I interrupt him.
That was one of the things I genuinely loved when we had on the Discord and the RP channel, that Leopold and Longpause coming to like an agreement after we were like raiding the vault about like, so we're both on the same page here, right? About like, we take all the good stuff and we just creatively report what we find. Because
like, there was no creative reporting, there was just distinct lists.
The contract says we have to return anything to Sylvia that was found in the workshop, and we didn't find this in the workshop, so it's fine.
Yep, and it her property, you know, not so we got to keep the Dro stuff too, because that was invaders that we took care of. Which is why I've got like 5 little webby bags or something.
No. Remember, everybody in the party took one.
Mm-hmm.
So Bowie is actually carrying a spider silk pouch with a drow pin on it in the Feywilds, which is really ironic when you think about it for more than about 10 seconds.
Especially since I'd already taken all the money out of them.
It's just a decorative coin purse at this point.
I forgot about the dumb shit we took from the drow in the key cutter cabin.
Yep.
Well, you know.
I wonder how those guys are doing. Should we like send them a Christmas card, Leo, or
the drow?
Can we invite them to like the ARC like annual company? We're gonna invite them to the ARC annual St. Klaus party. They're just gonna get like an invitation of all of us in like a company T-shirt and stupid hats.
Sounds reasonable.
Gage, your favorite Aramil moment from the campaign and your favorite moment from the campaign overall.
God. Well, speaking of gods, I loved the fact that you let me, some rando who joined from the MCDM server, come into your world and pitch you, after reading the primer and reading about the High Elves and how they're mysterious and super rare and live in the forest isolated because of their hatred of the humans, and you let me stroll in here and be like, hey, can I play a 16-year-old who has 2 seamstress parents and he's just like out here because he's just kind of desperate and a bit of a troublemaker? Is that cool? And you were like, yeah, that's cool. Awesome. Also, can he have psychic powers? Because I really like this Unearthed Arcana. Sure. Sweet. Like, the fact that after reading the primer and all the lore about the High Elves, it's like, so what if I just made a character who didn't know like any of that shit, right? So I can explore the world through the character.
And that's the way you pitched it, though, is the thing. There are plenty of people who come onto the server or look at the opportunities to play, and they read they don't even read the campaign primer, or they just fucking throw it out the window and don't care about engaging with the setting. But you engaged with the setting when you made your character, saying, I want to make a character that's antithetical to what to what's in the primer so that I can experience the world firsthand through a perspective of someone who should know these things but doesn't. You said to me legitimately, I want to play, instead of playing this 100-year-old high elf who is going out on his own for the first time and knows all this stuff about the world already, I want to play this 17-year-old kid because nobody ever plays a teenage high elf, and I want to make him from Geneva, and I want to make it so that he doesn't know anything about the world and has to learn about it. Is that okay? And like, that question both acknowledges the existence of the world and that you are aware of what the norms are, and a desire to explore those norms through something that is somewhat subversive without being destructive to the initial premise. And so that's one of the reasons why I was like, hell yeah, you can do this. That makes total sense to me. If somebody just said, I don't give a shit about your setting, I just want to play a 17-year-old, I just want to play a high elf that is all this and has psychic powers, and there were obvious signs that they didn't pay any attention to what was going on in the world at all and didn't care, like, that would have been a much different story.
Yeah, and
Also-
I feel like I got to do that to the fullest extent, being able to explore Oridon as Arabelle.
One more time. 3, 2, 1. Fuck Baron Taurist.
Fuck Baron I'll say that as well. You really did embrace that aspect of the character, and like when you got to Woodhaven and your like enamorment with the elves and like this desire to really explore what your heritage was because you had never met another elf before, and had never been outside of Geneva, and all of a sudden you are in an elven city, was well played. And then after the events with the demons, your disillusionment with the fact that like, hey, my people could be awful people, they could be bad, like what if they're not what I thought they were, after visiting Woodhaven, like that was amazing too. And this growing up realization that like individuals are good or bad, and like there are some elves that are good and there are some elves that are bad, and like that doesn't mean you shouldn't explore your history or try to understand where you come from. Like, yeah, it was a great exploration of the world through the eyes of a 17-year-old high elf.
And then my favorite moment in the campaign overall. Oh man, that's hard. I think it's the wrestling match. Because to me, the wrestling match is in my top 5 best D&D sessions I have ever played in.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with the wrestling match.
You bastard, you took mine.
It can be
That
both of
is-
yours.
That was... Oh my god. Just getting to watch Aramel grow up before our very eyes.
Hey, we're the ones who watched him grow old.
No, we literally watched him grow up. We watched him get his first beard hair, then it immediately fell out because he's an elf.
Yeah. For me, probably the favorite Aramel moment had to have been the party. The birthday party. I loved the birthday party.
That was rather awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it
Everybody
was
giving
topped
their
by hot
presents.
chocolate, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
I forgot about hot
my
chocolate.
God, I
The
forgot
best
about
Aramel
the hot
moments
chocolate incident.
ever. The hot chocolate incident was so good. It was so good.
So good.
The burned milk. Oh my god. The cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
The cinnamon.
We do appreciate the
God.
effort, but you are never making hot chocolate again.
I made burned cinnamon milk. Does that count as hot chocolate?
Rancid, burned rancid cinnamon milk.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that.
It's just the way the character concept of like a 17-year-old high elf, like a literal teenager, but then also by the standards of like a race that can live to be like 700, was just like not something I've ever seen anybody do before. And you were so dedicated to like presenting Aramil as somebody who's like young, somewhat idealistic, confronting difficult truths about the world for the first time, and just being so giddy and enthusiastic about like getting to meet Grask and saying like, oh my god, I saw you wrestle one time, it was amazing, and then just leading into getting to be like a tag team partner, and that being just this absolute like fanboy fantasy come to life that Arabelle got to have. It was just, again, Arabelle's just a great character.
Yep.
I'm gonna miss him. Yeah, and the fact that I remember in the beginning of the campaign, it's like, oh yeah, he's 17, and then people would be like, yeah, but that's like 17 in elf years. So you're what, like 65, 160? No, 17, because it says in the book, elves mature at the same age as humans do, but culturally they are not considered adults until they're like 100.
Yeah, according
So you're
we
dealing
have
with
this
a
little-
4-year-old kid.
according to
Yeah, we
Howells,
had this
you're like
little
a
elf
toddler.
baby running around.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite Aramil moment. It's almost the opposite of everybody's. It is those moments of Aramil's insecurity, because they were played so well. The one that really sticks out in my mind, it is when he is sitting in the tree outside of Nickel Key Cutter Cabin and being like, "Are we all terrible people? Did we do something wrong? Am I supposed to act differently?" Like that introspection, I think, is what tied the character really well together. Like it wasn't just that he's this literal child being confronted with uncomfortable things, right? It is that question that kind of is born out of it of like, am I supposed to be different? Am I supposed to act differently? Is this what I'm supposed to do? Because I don't want to do that. And I think the Aramil best moments are those moments where he was talking to Nadara, or the other one that really jumps out is when Aramil is the poor kid of the group and he gives his last gold piece to this statue of Selasana out on the road in I mean, I don't even know what the fuck you would call that crossroad. The crossroads, basically. It's where the tents are that the giant worm sprung out of in the Saturday game.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could just call that the crossroads, right? Like that would be what I would call it, because it's like where all the trails basically meet. He gives his last fucking gold piece, the only thing he is after, to the statue of Selasana, right? Like those moments of insecurity and vulnerability are what made Aramil the character tick.
Mm-hmm.
Again, with his insecurity about his elven heritage, it was just that way where it's like Aramil's young and doesn't know a lot about the world, but he's not a stupid character.
Yes.
And so it's in that way where his intelligence in and of itself is letting him start filling in the blanks in the worst possible ways, making assumptions. So it's hitting this point of like, there's a reason that my parents didn't tell me about elven culture, because it's bad, and that's why they left, and they were trying to protect me from it. And that's the kind of conclusions he starts reaching, because he's able to like put those very dark pieces together just into the worst possible configuration.
Yeah.
Chris, your favorite Grask moment from the campaign, and your favorite moment overall from the campaign.
Oh. The running tally, or doing some of the distant mic work. Basically, so yeah, no, probably those two things would culminate in my favorite Grask. Oh no, Graskless Whispers. That's my favorite Grask moment. Just yeah, playing a character who is traditionally or just conventionally so assured of his like so blind to his shortcomings, and then having them and then having them sort of thrown into the spotlight when he realizes that many times he has very little to contribute in a constructive way to the sort of dynamic that we found ourselves having in ARC was interesting and really hard. And then, like I said, the wrestling match. That is the best session of D&D I have ever been a part of. From the amount of hype that we got, like in the actual chat, like from the way that we interacted as a party during that session, and the way that we as players interacted with the audience. That is hands down, short of Mark dabbing on screen, was the best session of Dungeons and Dragons I've ever been a part of.
I will throw this out there, that one of the reasons that I think that moment was so awesome was that there was a build-up leading to that. Of Grask rushing to get into a fight, or being told that you weren't fighting, and missing the opportunity to even attack the thing just once. And
without Leo, it's because my initiative rolls were like I was either Grask was either confused as to whether or not we were fighting the thing, or like his initiative was so bad it never got to him.
The second,
or he was too far away.
The second fight that you were in, I wanted the thing. I hate to say this to you, and I think I might have said it before, but I was rooting for the thing to die before Grask could get his hands on it, because I wanted the moment when Grask finally got to go off to be a great moment. And every time that Grask failed to accomplish something he should have been good at, added up to the moment. And the moment when Grask got to finally go off was the wrestling match.
Yeah,
and I think that the build-up...
Didn't he crit?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. The tension leading up to that, because Grask kept losing, even immediately after that second fight, there was this moment where you needed to make an athletics roll, and Long Paws rolled higher than you.
Yeah, oh yeah! We were throwing rubble. We were doing rubble
Throwing
tossing
rocks.
for no reason. Yeah,
Yes.
we were throwing rocks, and Long Paws beat him by 1.
So yeah,
I was trying to cheer him up. Apparently, I didn't do a very good job.
let me cheer you up shows him up.
Yeah, exactly. This is great.
Yeah, for me, it is Grask and his intimate relationship with doors.
Oh my god.
Bathroom doors.
Yes.
Bathroom doors.
All doors. All doors.
Hashtag
doors,
not all
all the time.
doors.
That shit was hilarious.
Oh,
Come on. He took
See,
revenge on all the doors in the Key Cutter place.
See, a moment I really liked and appreciated was after Grask had broken the door, riding it down the stairs, and we were in the lodge still in the workshop. That Leopold basically went to Grask and said, like, there's a lot of rubble on the floor from the crucifix that have been breaking down walls. I could use stone shape and make you another door you could use as a shield. And that Grask just had this moment of like, nah, I mostly just that for shtick. And it was like this moment of him just like being upfront with Leopold that like a lot of Grask's persona is very performative and put on because he's a gladiator and an entertainer first and foremost. And so it was that hint of there is more beneath the surface there. And I just wish he'd been a little bit more comfortable with the party and opened up to them more, so we could have had more of those moments of getting to like find out about Paddy and his somewhat tense relationship with her.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Before I joined Mark's Discord, I didn't have a lot of experience with like so many fantastic role players. So when we were introduced to Grask, I thought, okay, I know everything what this guy's about. He is the barbarian. And I was very promptly proven wrong with the moment about you crafting the mask in the RP chat, and the moment after, I think it was after the wrestling match, directly after, you went straight to the temple to find someone to talk to Paddy. And like those, like I was so glad to be proven wrong.
Even though Leo knew sending.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I forgot about you crafting the mask, and that is one of my favorite Grask moments, honestly. Is him crafting the mask for Aramil. And again, one of the best moments from you as a player was you coming to me and being like, "Hey, I want to make this mask." And also, I think Grask should have a daughter, and you and I collaborating on what that means for the character. I wish there were more opportunities for that to have come out organically, and like for the party to lean into that storyline. So yeah, I thought that was great.
Yeah, we got to see him being great with kids. He threw them high into the air, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it. For me, that had taken some work, mostly because I've never role played like a father figure type character before. And when we were asked about joining this campaign, or when I was asked about it, when the spot opened up for it, we were given the opportunity, or Pat and I talked about the character, and I was like, half orc luchador, and then that was just kind of where the character started. It was a 3-word description. Overall, I think aside from the wrestling match, getting to be there for all this character development, that because I mean I think I was probably playing the oldest character, like in character wise. He was like fully formed adult person,
Mm-hmm.
with not a whole lot of growth. His growth was more of between his relationship between him and his daughter. What's so funny?
Twitch chat.
Oh dear, what am I missing?
Twitch chat is ridiculous. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. I was trying to listen to you and trying not to laugh because what you were saying was
It is stark contrast to what's
Yes.
going on in Twitch
Yeah.
chat.
There was just
What
this
is going on in Twitch chat? What has
cognitive
Dio
dissonance
done?
moment, and I was trying so hard to listen to what you were saying, and like just that
Not.
like that popped up in Twitch chat, and I lost it. I couldn't hold on. I'm
Oh my
so
god,
sorry.
Bowie, hashtag the shape of doors.
It's okay. First off, the joke started in the dance from Archie's spectrophilia, and instead of it being the shape of water, it became the shape of webs.
Yeah.
So
Like I said, I am still waiting on fan art of Archie doing the Spider-Man kiss upside down in the rain.
it's there. It's in there.
It's in
It's
the.
there.
It's
It's
in
in the
there.
doc. I
I
think.
loved. I think one of my other favorite campaign moments was probably the Bacchanals. That was a
Yeah.
lot of fun as a group dynamic. I feel like we got to know a lot about the other characters a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting going into the Feywild. This is my first time going into another plane in 5th edition.
Really?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, well, because I played like 3.5 almost exclusively until shortly before joining your server.
Well, my favorite moment as a DM. Oh God, that's tough. My favorite moment as a DM for this campaign was probably actually letting you guys have that wand. Because I wasn't sure if I was going to let it actually be a functioning wand of wishes until the very moment where, like, right up until the moment until you cast the spell, I wasn't sure if it was going to be a functioning wand or not. I hadn't decided. So that's probably one of my favorite moments as a DM. I think another one was... this is a more functional moment, but the decision to move the game to Tuesday and add Leo and Grask drastically and dynamically changed the game. And honestly, it may have honestly saved the game from being
Dead.
shut down completely and dead.
Really?
Yes, 100%. We were on a one-track road to being canceled in about another 2 to 3 episodes before we made the decision to move the game to Tuesday night. Straight up. We were not going to make it. The game was death spiraling badly.
It was. But yeah, bringing in Leo and Grask and moving to Tuesday night breathed new life into the dynamic of the campaign, and I think that was as a DM decision, like an outside of an outside of the game itself decision. I think that was maybe the best decision I made for this game as a DM.
We're one of the only games to pull out of a death spiral that I've ever been in. We were death spiraling badly.
I still don't see that death spiral.
Oh,
Like, I didn't feel it. I really didn't.
Bad. It was bad. We were directionless. We lacked cohesion in like some of the most fundamental ways.
There was a lot of flakiness from Ace that was contributing to it.
Yep.
There were it was hard for me to enjoy myself as a DM with the campaign because there was a lot of dissonance as a group. The group lacked certain things that a D&D party needed to function on a mechanical level.
Yep.
Which was adding strain to the campaign, and then there was also again, like, there were roles that needed to be filled in as far as like the role playing sense of the campaign.
Yeah.
Because there were adventures where it felt like, that felt like Aramil and Bowie were dragging the party into the story, kicking and screaming, during those early adventures.
Yeah.
Because only because they were like you, Gage, and Pat are the type of players who grab on to story beats and plot hooks, and Tig and Pippin, Gage, you are more players who play a support role in both the role playing, in mainly the role playing aspect. A support.
And this is
role.
before we got Tig out of her shell too.
So,
Like,
yeah,
this is pre-Mare.
That could be sleep deprivation.
This is pre-Mare. This is pre like Tig coming out of her shell. So those early sessions were basically me and you trying to find out what the hell we're supposed to be doing and dragging everybody else along, kicking and screaming. And at the time, Ace was playing it like a slice of life anime with all the weirdness that anime entails. It was a very different time in Ark, and I mean this when I say it is one of the few times I have seen a game pull out of a very obvious death spiral. Like, it was very obvious that Mark the DM was not having fun when right before we decided we're moving knights and we're adding 2 new players. And once we decided on that, like, we got some spring back in our step. We got to go meet Sylvia Nickel Key Cutter. We got the description for the job for Randolph of Woodhaven, and we kind of started making progress. And at that point, we were interviewing people to kind of like step into the game. I think Ace literally ghosted us.
He did.
That session. That session.
He ghosted 2 games at one
in a row.
time.
Yeah. And the rest is history. Like, it worked out. We pulled up.
Yep. So yeah, any favorite DM moments from the campaign?
Bringing John into the campaign
To play Ty? That was pretty fun.
Yeah, hell yeah, that was awesome.
My biggest thing I can say is that I have really appreciated the amount of collaboration that you are willing to work with, Mark. You and I have an unending dialogue basically all day, every day of shit, like, not just for this game, like, all the games. It is, hey, how does this part of the world work? And we figure it out. And then, hey, how does this work? Or, hey, I think this can kind of be cool for a character development. Hey, what is Long Pause doing? Like, that level of making Oregon a living, breathing world has made many of these games fantastically successful, and I think it's most evident in specifically in games like The Dance, right? But it also bleeds through into games like this, where we have genuine, real moments of character between people in the party in what is meant to be a funny but heartfelt game, right? And that is the best thing you can ask for when it comes to having a DM. Point blank.
It's just about treating the world like an actual place, and so treating the NPCs that the party get to interact with like
people,
well thought out, well-rounded people. And like my favorite example of that is Dot. Just like how put upon Dot was in dealing with the party, just calling up on the Sending Stone for the most frivolous of reasons. And it's genuinely why I had Leopold at the end go like, I'm going to find a way to fudge the numbers a bit with your vacation days so that you can have some time off, because you have earned it putting up with us.
Putting up with our shit.
Big yes.
I just enjoyed things like the you continuing the jokes that were made with the NPCs of like fraternization and whatnot.
I really enjoyed the level of interconnectivity between all the different games, because I feel like at least once a session you'll throw something at us, and like at the end of the session either Pat or Mark will say like, oh hey, this was from this game back when. I was like, oh, that's cool. And like that's so refreshing, because that's so rare to me.
Again,
personally.
it literally happened tonight with Randolph telling us that the person he's delivering the book to is somebody who can be trusted.
Yeah, and it's going to happen probably here before too long. My one shot. We'll see.
Ooh.
Yeah.
My favorite thing about Mark as a DM is one, the NPCs. Just, I want the ability to make the wacky NPCs that I know Mark makes effectively on the fly. Old woman who talks through her butler.
As you get older, that gets much easier. I don't mean that because you're kind of young, right? And it's not that Mark and I are a lot older. But once you have kids,
they are, but that's not why.
Once you have kids and you like sit back and people watch, like it becomes much easier to make like these crazy fucking weird NPCs, for lack of a better way to put it. They're all based on this little nugget of truth that people Mark and I have met, basically.
A couple of other ways that has come about. Listening to audiobooks has really
audiobooks rock.
Yeah, it really helps me come up with like, and I don't mean the actual audible voice of the character, but giving a voice to an NPC, like figuring out, like it's very easy to once you've spent some time listening to a lot of books and listening to the voices that the audiobook readers do. Sometimes it's not just like a sound, to their voice. Sometimes it's simply a tone, a tonality, or a change in like a change
cadence.
Cadence for that particular character. But also like they draw out the writer's intent for that character. So like you start to think about like even when you
Gage, you literally pointed this out to me the other night. Who does John from the dance speak like?
Oh yeah.
You literally. Oh, your camera's frozen, by the way. Discord's gonna crash on you.
No, it's good. I'm still here.
Who does John in the dance talk like?
Sam Spade.
Correct. He has the same speaking mannerisms as Humphrey Bogart. And these are little things you'll pick up on, and you'll just like, I should bake that into a character.
Yeah. And another thing is picking a memorable quirk. You know? Like, and
remembering it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sylvia Nickel Keycutter, that did come to me on the fly, having her speak to it through her butler, but it just fit. And when your players react to a particular quirk, you pick up on that and you run with it.
Yeah, like Matt Mercer did this with Victor the Gunpowder Salesman in the first season of Critical Role. Like he quickly became everybody's favorite NPC because he had a quirk that was very obvious, and all the players like got a charge out of. Like,
I mean, same with Pumat's Soul.
Yeah. Oh, Pumat's Soul, you know. He kind of talks like John
Wayne if he was from Wisconsin.
Correct.
I think it's a bit slower though.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's because he's a verbal. Takes longer to reach the ground.
The other thing about Mark as a DM for me is I joined this game under the assumption that it would not be as heartfelt and lighthearted. Well, I knew it was going to be sort of like Acquisitions Incorporated coming in, but I still
we were nothing like Acquisitions Incorporated, and that was the best part. Like we are the antithesis of Acquisition. Fucking you know what I mean. Of Acquisitions Incorporated, because we cared about each other, right? And it's very obvious in Acquisitions Inc. that they do not care about each other. Like, that's kind of the central tenet.
But the fact that I kind of went into this thinking it's probably just going to be like a beer and pretzels game. We're going to kick in doors. We're going to kill monsters. We're going to take their stuff. And Mark's just using the dungeons as set dressing
Narrative devices
to let our player drama play out in the foreground. I think is the best part. I want to know how to do that because I don't. I cannot do half the shit Mark does.
Comes with practice.
For as one of your players, hard disagree, Gage.
He just got booted finally. He's going to reconnect any moment now.
Yep. And Discord.
Yeah, as one of your players, hard disagree. Also, like, your Saturday game, that one set in Eberron, is off the chain.
Yeah, just give yourself the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
And
give it time to get in your stride, man.
the way you learn is by doing.
Yeah.
And by
Mark,
reading
how long have you been a DM?
I've been a DM for
A perma DM.
I've been a perma DM since I was 15, 16 years old. I am 38.
22 years, all right?
2.5 decades of practice at this.
That's how old I am.
I want to say about 7 years ago, I decided that I was going to dedicate myself to being the best DM I possibly could, and one of my New Year's resolutions that year was to read an article or watch a video that could improve my dungeon mastering once a week for a year.
Yeah.
Also, this ties into one of my other favorite DM moments. Just the whole Santa Claus parallel from the Nickel Key Cutter cabin. All right, look, and the fact that you just ran with it, like, and it's not just Santa Claus. It's not just Santa Claus. It was the Santa Claus from the Tim Allen movie with the NPC with the same exact name, and the fact that you made Bernard this Demi-Lich Zordon type character made me laugh super hard. It was a great character to get to know. And I'm glad we killed him, Emmy, since I know you're listening.
I genuinely love about playing in Oridon, playing in Mark's setting, is that, like, basically nothing is sacred. If we're going to start mocking something and not taking it seriously and make jokes out of it, Mark will recognize that and incorporate it and make it funny as well. And it's just about, like, if everybody's having a good time, that's what matters.
I will say this. I think that Mark panders to Emmy too much, just because she happens to give him, like, the most gifted subs, like, once every 6 months or whatever, because I let her.
Here's what I have to say about that. If you genuinely believe that, you have not been paying attention.
I have taken away her ability to do anything as a character, not in one game, but two. In two separate games, I literally removed her ability to do anything as a character. In Help Wanted, I took away her Warlock patron, so she was powerless.
Twice! Twice!
First, I fucked her over by giving her Mr. Backwards Thumbs as her patron, and then the second thing I did was take that patron away entirely, and she was patronless for 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
Like 3 weeks actually.
So that the only thing she was good for was letting Nephi the ghost possess her body so she could use her powers. And then in the Monday game, I had a swarm of cranium rats take total control of her with Dominate Monster, dump all of her spell slots, and leave her items and her spell focus behind before sending her off to where the Legion died.
Yeah, and then in the Help Wanted game, Sentry just showed up and double fireballed.
Yes, right in front of her.
Yeah. Literally, she was standing 5 feet behind him.
Emmy, I wouldn't pick on you so hard if 1, you didn't react so wonderfully to it, and 2, I didn't like you.
Didn't love you. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
At least Bliss lived. Bliss lived, and she gets to sail away with her boyfriend.
It's true.
This has been a blast, guys. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
I hope you've all enjoyed the adventure and the campaign.
I definitely have. I'm gonna miss it.
It's a great one. It was a great one. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see Arc again in the future. I would love to run some one-shots or even pick up the campaign in Geneva somewhere at some time in the future.
Assuming the whole world doesn't end.
Well, let's hope that Tuesday keeps going down into sewers, so this way that the world stays safe.
I mean Monday.
No. Multiple parties have TPK'd in sewers until the Tuesday game came along and fixed it.
Sure.
They are the actual Oregon Sanitation Department. They go down into sewers and fix everyone's shit.
Ha! Clean up everyone's shit.
They've done it with Saturday. They've done it with. They've gone to the sewers to help Wednesday get rid of the werewolf problem.
Werewolves.
And now they are considering having to go down into the sewers for Monday to try and recover the sword, but they don't know everything that's happening yet.
Yeah,
But that means we have to go to Grevere. I don't want to go to Grevere. Grevere's awful.
It's pretty terrible.
Grevere is a terrible place.
I'm gonna make you an offer you cannot refuse.
I really enjoyed running Arc. I really did just run with the Santa Claus thing in Nickel Key Cutter Cabin. It was not meant to be that. And somebody made a comment about it being, is this Santa Claus workshop? And I was just like, it is now, motherfuckers. It is now.
I think that was Bowie that said it.
Yeah.
I think that was Pat.
Yeah, Pat looked at all of the Clockwork Toys and are we in fucking Santa Claus workshop? What the fuck? And I was like, yes.
We are now.
We are now. But yeah, like, it's been fun because it's just been a fantastic just enjoyable time of cracking jokes and playing this campaign that was so full of like friendship and love and humor.
Oh my god, we didn't do the thing where we draw a smiley face on our hands.
Oh, honorable mentions before I forget. Honorable mentions for my personal cavalcade of favorite moments was Aramil. That running joke of you putting on the ogre gauntlets and becoming a JoJo character. Long Paws. Just consistently being stronger than Grask, despite having a lower strength score. Being able to lift more and throw better, and just being a better athlete than him without even trying. Let's see. Pippin. Definitely that the partnership he had with Grask. Like just like the black pudding thing where he, instead of going over Grask's improvised drawbridge, preferred to just be yeeted across the 5-foot square. Bowie, definitely the whole thing with the pamphlets. in the rock garden.
That was
Just
your thing,
the
dude.
No, sorry. The interaction with the Zorn, and how Bowie figured out that like all we needed to do was like.
Sure.
No, I
don't think that was Bowie. That was Pippin, and then I fed it gold.
Oh yeah. Definitely Bowie's interaction with Celisana was super sweet, and the carryover from session to session, how it was very clearly like a notice me senpai, like the entire time. For someone that teases about anime tropes, the notice me senpai of it all was adorable.
I don't think it's noticed me. I'm literally her boyfriend.
I will say that one of my favorite things was introducing
Well-
Celisana into this campaign, because Celisana did not exist before Bowie. But it fit very much into some of the lore that was already established, that I have written out in my setting document, or my personal setting notes, about certain parts of the Pantheon that, like, it was very easily collaboratively interwoven, and this was the perfect place for Celisana to show up.
The very tongue-in-cheek conversation when we were suggesting names and we were trying to settle on, like, it needs to sound like the kind of name of a girl who grows up in a trailer park and then hitchhikes because she wants to become a country singer.
Charlene!
With Leo, I loved our argument. That real moment of genuine tension in the vault. And then Grask fighting spiders. Not the big one. The big one was easy. Just his inability to hit the little spiders. Yeah, the swarm of us as a group, our inability to handle swarms of things.
Well, Grask and I have an excuse. We're too big. They're too small for us to properly see.
Guys, this has been one of the best. Honestly. Before Oridon, I had run one D&D campaign for more than just a handful of sessions. And I'd run other things for lengthy amounts of time.
Yeah.
But I'd only run 5th edition.
Hopefully more of that to come later. Wink, wink, nudge,
Yes.
nudge.
I'd only run one 5th edition campaign for more than a handful of sessions. And I have now run, over the course of this past year, 7 total campaigns. And it's hard to let go of this one. I asked Gage if he would want to continue to run it because it was hard to let go of it. But I think this was the right narrative moment. I think this was the right moment for the characters, for the players, and for me as the DM to say goodbye to Arc. And I don't really think it's a permanent goodbye. I think it's a goodbye for now.
I like it because it leaves questions. Not everything got answered, right? There are questions in the air. Will Pippin ... Is Longpaws going to find a library that ... Right. Like, there are questions, and that's important.
Yeah, but it didn't leave these big hanging plot threads. Everything got tied up. But we want to know what's going to happen to the characters, and we don't. Their personal arcs are at a point where they have reached a satisfying spot to move right off into the sunset, but we can still think about what are their lives going to be like beyond this adventure.
Will Aramil pull one over on old Baron Talrist ... Like, there are legitimate questions that people want to see answered, and not is Dark and Hungry God going to stop everybody from dying? Like that's a question you don't want to leave unanswered, right? Like,
Yeah, that'd be scary.
Well, guys, thanks for playing. Those of you still watching, thank you for watching and sticking it out with us to this point. We're going to try and pay forward at least a portion of the raids that came to us, so stick around. But this is Artifact Recovery Corporation signing off for the last time, at least for a while. Thank you so much for watching. We really love this community, and I will see you tomorrow for Help Wanted. But yeah, it's hard to say goodbye.
What's left of Help Wanted?
keep punching your luck.